Aransas County. It's June the 17th, 2021 at 8:30. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protest hearings.
All right, we got one in the waiting room here. I'm going to click admit.
Case number 922.
Deborah, hi. Here we go.
Deborah,
Let's see.
good morning. Deborah,
Good morning. How are
Good.
you?
how are you this morning?
Doing well, thank you. Hope you are too.
Ah, yes. Beautiful day.
It is.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
All along, I have some questions toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-922, account 71037. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. This will be a document that comes out after this hearing. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Deborah, do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, you do. Thank you.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Parrish, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I am assuming that, Deborah, you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Deborah, do you hold a appraiser's license?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have handy the hearing procedure times chart?
I do. Thank you.
Very good. Then you can see at the top that you have a choice. You can go first or the district can go first. Which would you like to do?
I would like to go first, please.
All right. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I am protesting the 88% increase in the 2021 proposed market value of improvements. Evidence has been provided to show incomplete construction repairs from Hurricane Harvey damages of August 25th, 2017 on my improvements. Also, the remaining construction repair estimates by Richard Dias Construction located here in Rockport, Texas are estimated to be $296,262. The percent of the appraised value proposed is 65%. Per documentation and photos, there remains 35% of appraised value of outstanding construction repairs on my improvements due to damages sustained from Hurricane Harvey. I've also provided a document from LJS Engineering LLC, letter dated May 14th, 2018, to Dias Construction that states, it is apparent that two structures, main house and detached casita garage, experienced movement and damages due to Hurricane Harvey. You have a copy again of that letter, and Les Zelensky provided examples of some of the damages and deficiencies he observed. This property is my primary residence, my only residence, and is locked in litigation from Hurricane Harvey damages pending lawsuit case number 19-0251, Deborah High versus USA General Indemnity Company, in the 343rd Judicial District Court of Aransas County, Texas. Until settlement, I am unable to complete the remaining repairs. The Aransas CAD evidence provided for sales and equity comps on our properties that were completely repaired from Hurricane Harvey damages. I knew these original homeowners personally, such as 1110 Reserve Lane, Comp 1, sales and equity, 132 Reserve Lane, Comp 2, sales, 126 Reserve Lane, Comp 2, equity, and 108 Reserve Lane, Comp 3. I thank you for letting me open up the comments.
Okay, anything else? You'll have more time later.
Thank you. That's it for right now.
Okay. So Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. Ma'am, can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
So the photos that you have associated with that you presented, these are like recent photos that still are not repaired, is that correct?
So they are, I wanted to show the damage that was sustained by Hurricane Harvey. Richard Dias Construction did help me come up with a temporary solution until I'm out of litigation with USAA, because we were concerned, one, for safety of somebody falling off that balcony, and two, also my association was going to start fining me $250 a day. So he came up with a temporary solution as far as we're talking the Bayside balcony right now. But once I am out of litigation, then the detailed list you have from Richard Dias Construction of the work that will be done on that balcony, everything's going to have to be back opened up and the repairs completed as they should be.
Okay,
And everything else is current and in that state, yes.
okay. So again, the photos are from when? When were these photos taken?
All of those, that photo was from the hurricane, but everything else is current.
Okay, so photo number 1 is from the hurricane, right after the hurricane?
Correct.
Okay.
And I wanted to show you the damages that relate to what Richard Dias Construction has told us that we'll need to complete.
Right, so when you say you mitigated something, you're talking about putting that little skinny post, treated post in, right? Just so that it wouldn't fall down.
Right, exactly. That and my association after several years was getting tired of looking at it and said, you know, we're gonna start finding you $250 a day. And that was like, so I called the attorney and said, I've got to do something temporarily.
Okay, can you describe any damage that still exists on the inside of your home, ma'am?
Yes, so per Richard Dias Construction, we still have to do, I guess I would consider inside would be the removal and replacement of all windows and doors. And you have the engineer's report on that. For example, this last.
Is that the $15,000 change?
No, the removal and replacement of windows and doors is $118,122.11. That was based before prices have gone a little bit crazy. And then after that, you know, he would have to, as a matter of fact, after this last major rainstorm, I had droplets of water coming in. We had to totally gut the interior of the house on the base side, top and bottom. And we replaced all the trim work temporarily till we could get the windows and doors paid for by USAA. And so like that wood is now cracking, the paint is peeling. That's all been since Hurricane Harvey because we don't have the new windows and doors in. So we've got that. We've also got on the interior, you can see some damage to the ceiling still that needs to still be repaired. And that includes some duct work that needs to be done that we've got listed. There's no banister, for example, for getting down from the second floor to the first floor. And you can also see pictures of our the powder room and a bathroom in the casita where I've got mildew growing because the vent pipes have to be replaced. And then the motor fans for those bathrooms and such, and then some other miscellaneous things he's got.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You bet.
There's 2 main things under protest: market value and equity. There's other things that are protested that have to do with temporary disaster exemption and the damage rating. Those boxes are checked. You just need to know that that law was put into existence subsequent to Harvey. And there's like a time limitation. I want to say it's like 130 days or 105 days or something like that after disaster that a person has to turn in an exemption form. This law didn't even exist. It came out of a result of Hurricane Harvey. So the disaster exemption application wasn't even created until well after this Harvey event. So again, if we were, if the district were to listen to any damage related things, it would just be on percent completeness or the things that are left yet to do or yet left to repair. Let me go ahead and show market value on my grids. We have it, go to the, we have it as 100% complete. Obviously, the subject property owner has indicated that it's not complete. The whole deck area is, if it didn't have any value at all, again, we could remove that value and take it down to $10 or something like that. That's no problem. And then it's just the elements on the inside. We can work a percent complete worksheet and just go down the list. I mean, that can be done by the board. So let me go ahead. This is just from our standpoint, when we see this, we don't see all those little things that she described. And I know that they're big things to her, and I know that they're important to her. And I don't mean to I don't mean to minimize it in any way. I know I've lived through that situation. A couple of board members have lived through that situation. So we know the emotional state that's tied to that damage. So I don't mean to minimize it in any way. But if it were complete and it were 100%, this would render a value in regard to the sales around it. The subject is 922. The median value of other sales around it support a 917. It's about a $5,000 adjustment. They're all 7SS, and you can see the square footages that are right here. The cells are super solid in there. If you go down the street, they kind of all look the same. They were all kind of built by the same builder. They just look, I mean, there are some different design models, but basically it's a very highly congruent subdivision. From an equity standpoint, equity, it plays out, it works out, it's supported. We got 924, it's 922. I guess the issue at hand is I'd like to really go through that percent complete worksheet and just whatever is not done or whatever needs to be done, whatever is yet to be repaired, or I'm looking at those elements. I know it's a big repair estimate when you talk about the 118,000, but that's replacing all doors and windows. Now, she's got an engineer report that says they all need to be replaced. So, but she has doors and windows existing right now. So I don't know what the value of the doors and the windows are right now, as opposed to the ones that she has to install. And then secondarily, am I going to raise the value of the subject property at 118,000 after it's done? No, it's contributory value of those elements. So there has to be that thought that goes into it.
Okay. Deborah, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer. if you need it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just did want to say, as obviously he's mentioned, my home is not completed. It's not in the state that it was pre-Hurricane Harvey. My home at that time was only 20 months old at that point. All items Richard Dias Construction has listed would have to be disclosed if I was ever to sell the property, which obviously does make my home not as marketable as my neighbors that, for example, at 1110 did have completely new windows and doors, because my windows and doors, I'm not able to open them. Matter of fact, yesterday I got locked out on the bay side because I couldn't get my door open because things have shifted. And also, as far as these things that need to be repaired, again, they'd have to be disclosed on any future sale, but also my home is being impacted, to try to mitigate further damages since we're, I can't believe it, going into year 4 since Hurricane Harvey. And also just to point out that if those windows and doors are not, as the engineer had said, my home, I couldn't go get new insurance, for example, windstorm insurance, because that would have to be disclosed that those windows and doors have not been windstorm certified. So I wanted to point that information out as well. May I go on?
Sure, you have
Okay,
2 minutes.
Okay, thank
left.
you so much. Again, I just wanted to point out the neighbors' windows and doors, for example, at 1110 Reserve Lane, also sustained Hurricane Harvey damages. And they had all their windows and doors replaced to meet the Texas Department of Insurance Certificate of Compliance WPI-8. Again, as I mentioned, my windows and doors have not been replaced due to the pending lawsuit as a result of the deficiencies and findings from LJS Engineering. They are unable to certify said windows and doors of both structures as compliant due to their current condition. The recent rains, as I mentioned earlier, I had droplets of water coming in from the replaced interior framing around the bayside doors, for example, and the interior paint, which has been done since Hurricane Harvey, is peeling off their cracks and bows in the new trim boards around, for example, the exterior doors. I recently had my windows washed, and damages sustained from Hurricane Harvey prevented them from opening and closing the windows properly. Matter of fact, some I'm no longer able to lock that are opening windows. The condition is worsening, and many of the, as I mentioned, the exterior doors are difficult to open, close, and even lock at times. Sometimes I've not been able to lock them. As of 1 January 2021, there were 17 Hurricane Harvey construction and or repair items that you've got detailed from Richard Dias Construction that need to be completed to return the structure buildings to pre-Hurricane Harvey condition and make my whole house whole again. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mike, you have 2 minutes then for district rebuttal.
Sure. Percent complete of appraised value, what does that indicate? The 296 versus, is it the 296 on our improvement value?
Yes, on your appraised value, on your appraised value versus the outstanding repairs, yes. And that's just on the improvements.
Yeah, I'm taking the
Doesn't-
296.
Doesn't include anything else I have to do that doesn't impact the buildings.
Are you taking the 296 divided by the whole value, including the land?
That was one calculation I did because when I worked with Ray last year, that was one of the ways he looked at it last year at the appraisal district.
Okay, so if I take 296 divided by 922, that comes out to 32%, which is, that would be 67. But we're just talking about the house. So if you're looking at 296 divided by the improvement value, which is 656, I'm just doing rough numbers, that's 45%. You're saying that your house is only 55% complete or not usable, or
What
no?
I had looked at well, if I look at the total market value that you're proposing, I would be there remains 30% of total market value of outstanding construction or repairs from damages caused by Hurricane Harvey. And if I look at the total appraised value with the outstanding repairs, there's 35% not complete.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I guess in rebuttal, what I would say is that obviously the subject property owner is still in the lawsuit. She's under oath saying that she's, what was that?
That was your 2 minute rebuttal. Sorry, I mean,
And don't I get another 2 minutes of?
oh, okay, yes, you do, sorry. No, she got her 4. So you got your 2 minute district rebuttal.
Oh, okay, that was my 2 minutes, okay. So she's in her 1 minute closing?
Yes. So ma'am, you have one minute for closing.
Thank you so much. So in 2019, I did meet in person with Ray at the Aransas County Appraisal District, and he adjusted the market value of improvements because of Hurricane Harvey construction and repairs that were not complete on my improvements. In 2020, I did speak with Ray over the phone due to COVID and provided supporting documentation, and he again adjusted the market value improvements, this time lowering it to $349,150. Until I'm able again to complete all Hurricane Harvey construction and repairs, these damages negatively impact the equity, sellability, and market value of improvements. adjusting for outstanding Hurricane Harvey construction repairs that need to be completed. I ask for your consideration of improvements at $360,408. Land market to remain at $265,560 for a total appraised value for improvements in land for 2021 at $625,968. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, you got 1 minute to close.
Yeah, what I would say in support of the market value as a whole, we have a portion of that attributed to the land, a portion attributed to the improvements. The land should remain, for equity purposes, the land should remain identical to its neighbors. We've got 312 and change on the subject property. That should not be adjusted in any way. Furthermore, you've got 296 in your hand, as far as these cost to cure estimate. There's no doubt that that's factual, that she presented that information. But if you were to go to percent complete worksheet, that's going to exceed. You'd have to think about a house that's basically the studs to get to that rendered value. So I'm just asking the board to really consider what's here. I mean, are there problems? Of course, but the 296, I mean, you'd be talking a house that has studs, and that's not what you have here. You have more finish than this.
Okay.
I didn't get that.
Have our 5
Our
minutes.
time's okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You didn't get that it was,
We'll talk about it.
yeah.
We can do that.
Well, no, I had 2 questions, if I could.
Good.
First, you talked about the land value. I mean, your appraised land value in 21 went down to 265 from 312.
That's correct.
And that was her suggestion. She was
Sorry.
okay with that.
I misread that. Yeah,
Okay, no
you were
worries.
correct.
And then I won't talk about this stuff.
Well,
It'll come
so, because this is a legitimate estimate, line for line of what is required. Windows, doors, upper and lower bay balcony, front balcony, outdoor shower, outdoor kitchen, outdoor front, 2 coats of paint, exterior lights, gutters, installation, solid oak banister, powder room. I mean, that's pretty detailed stuff.
It
It
is.
adds up to 296.
That just seems very high. That's. You don't think so? Okay. It's low. Really? Okay. Yeah, but we're not
We
talking
can do-
about structural lumber here. We're talking about 53,000. I mean, no doubt that there's issues here and repairs. but-
Paint, cost and repairs to hardy board as well.
Okay, and it seems
Other man hours.
okay, it just seems high to me.
We can do this if you want.
I don't know what we need to. I don't think Richard would have put in, don't forget this labor and all that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's numbers. I accept this.
Deborah, have you had other bids for this work or just this one bid?
At the time, Richard Dias Construction was the only one that was licensed and certified to do work. Matter of fact, he did work for 1110 and he did work for 12 properties out here after the hurricane. So at that time, there was no one else to get the bid from. And he's been with me since the Hurricane Harvey repairs began. Because I'd only go with somebody that was licensed and was insured and reputable, because some of my neighbors kind of got taken to the cleaners.
So there were other contractors then licensed to do work in there.
Richard Dias was the primary one that did the work for my immediate neighbors at the time in 2017.
So is,
Yeah, he took on 12 of us. We were very fortunate.
if Richard completes all this work, will your house then be 100%?
I recognize work to be done here.
That's it.
Ask it again.
Can you hear me?
I cannot, if you're speaking with me, Debbie. This is Debbie.
Debbie, can you hear me
Yes.
now?
I can't, just barely.
My question was, if Richard completes all the work that you've indicated on his sheets, is that going to make your house 100%?
Yes, yes. Then I'll be whole just as the equivalent of 110 next door. Thank you.
What, 35%?
Well, for numbers, we're well reasoned, 625, 625, 968.
Would that put it less than last year's value?
Yes,
I don't
it's-
think it should be less than last year's value.
You settled last year for 600 and
If she doesn't have this done, you know, it's like this last year, it's deteriorated.
That's another good point.
Okay. All right.
The longer you go, the worse it
Worse it
gets.
gets, yeah, okay. Solar.
I'm okay. It was a mess.
So can we look at what happens when you put 35%? A 30, or what, that would be
35%.
It's,
80.
with respect, you didn't go through that list. You're just taking the damage and you're just putting the value on it for the damage.
Not putting a value on it. Mr. Dias put a value on it.
Okay, you're ruling on the value. And you're asking us to put a percent complete, and nobody's gone through a percent complete worksheet. We're not, we're just going to say that the value change is due to the damage and the damage estimate. She's provided good evidence for that.
Yes,
I mean, going through the worksheet would be an interesting exercise, but it still doesn't. Then I have to try and bridge between, you know, what Dias has as a what looks like a very reasoned,
Which was-
detailed estimate.
Which was my suggestion, to do that exercise and try to say, what does this cost you here and how does it reconcile with the contributory cost of the subject under market value conditions? Those are two different things. But you've ruled, and that's okay. Just tell us what the number is and we can go. It can be done.
Let's go through the worksheet. Just, I mean, that's
Okay.
that's the method we've used in the past. So.
Deborah,
Yes,
I'm going to ask you some questions about what is complete and what is not complete.
okay,
Is the foundation,
yes, as
framing,
far as we know. We'll have to redo the framing around the windows and doors once the windows and doors are replaced. And also we'll have to do some work on that front balcony that's noted in Richard Dias Construction's report, and also the bayside balcony. So that type of framing, but not the house framing.
roof complete,
Yeah. Yeah, new roof.
exterior wall finish,
No, it's not complete. And all repairs have not been made to the hardy board.
But it's mostly complete, right?
Yeah, the estimate that we've gotten to do the repairs and painting is on the Richard Dias's list.
It's a factual.
plumbing topped out,
I mean, if you're-
Except for the two bathroom powder fans that need to be replaced, including the piping on the roof that are leaking in.
electric roughed in,
Electric is roughed in. I did not include it on here, but that's kind of under the miscellaneous. Is I've got some breakers that went out and our exterior lights, for example, as you see in one of the photos.
insulation,
It was replaced, yes. And so it's complete.
heating and air conditioning roughed in,
Roughed in air conditioner needs to be replaced and it's not included on this quote from Richard Dias Construction.
exterior finish,
Again, we've got a completely repairing hardy board damages. We've got painting that's going to have to be redone because it's somewhere in areas down to the bare hardy board. And then we're going to have to replace the lights and then again, the exterior finishes around the front balcony and the back balcony.
Carpentry and painting,
That is not going to be complete because we'll have to redo the windows and doors. And also I've got the kitchen ceiling. And then the bathrooms, both bathrooms that have to have repairs done. And also the casita has to have some repairs done because some leaks.
so the doors, trim and millwork has to be done yet?
Yes,
Is that throughout the house?
yes, and including the garage and the casita.
Painting,
All exterior has to be redone and completed. And then also we've got the ceilings. We're gonna have the ceilings of the kitchen, which is all one big room, dining room, great room. And then where we've got patches right now. And then also the two bathrooms that had the leaks from the vent pipes up on top.
would you say that's half
Correct.
of the house? Okay. Range, shower, mirrors,
They were replaced.
that's completed work.
Correct.
Flooring,
That's complete.
plumbing fixtures,
That would be complete unless you include the shower vent or shower, or not, the vents in the bathrooms.
okay. Electric,
Electric, except that I do need to have the exterior lights replaced. Some are just bare, and I've got some other outlets attached to the building, and I also have some breakers that were impacted by the hurricane that have not been replaced, that impact interior things, like some of the lights and ceiling fans.
I'll give that a half. I'm not sure whether I asked this before, carpet or floor covering?
Is now all tile. What used to be wood and tile, but it's tile.
Okay. Hardware, doors, doorknobs, and
As far as like the closet doors, those are fine. Exterior, not. Again, I've got problems, getting in and out and getting them to lock properly.
I'll give it a half. Walks, driveway, and patio,
As far as the concrete is fine.
grading and landscaping,
We do have to actually do some regrading on between 1110 and 112 because we've got a French drain that was installed and that has not been repaired since Hurricane Harvey.
give it a half. Cleaning,
Only after they do the windows and doors.
yeah, right.
Yeah. And the painting on the ceilings and such.
Air conditioner compressor,
It is limping along, but needs to be replaced.
it's running now though?
It's running at about 60% efficiency. But it is on its last legs. It has to be replaced from the hurricane.
That's a 3, I'll give it a 2. Complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 16, 17, 18, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 and a half. I get 34 and a half.
She said 35, so. All right.
Okay. Now, can we see what it comes out to with a
35?
no, that's a 34% incomplete. So
34%.
turn it around, it's
65.
65%.
60
That was 34% incomplete,
incomplete,
so it's a 65? the
Yeah.
other way?
66 really. You
Well,
want to be precise. 66%.
well, I did 65. I mean,
What?
65.
65.
65 's good.
that,
Okay.
that's fine. That's the number is 692420.
692420.
And just for the record, Ray, the number you came up with for the improvement was 426,835 or 830.
426,860
So there was some rounding there.
after the adjustments made. It's 426,860 plus the land.
And that adds up to 692,420, right?
692,420. That's
All right.
correct.
Do you want them both listed in the motion? To make it clear?
Well, you have not only this will address number 1 and 2, but then you have to address the temporary disaster.
Right.
I didn't receive it.
What I'm asking is, do you want us to clarify that the 426,960 is associated with the improvements?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it?
Now, for the disaster exemptions, just say that there was no evidence.
Well,
given.
I testified that we had not received this temporary disaster exemption associated with Harvey because it wasn't in existence at the time that Harvey was there. The only ones that I can receive right now that are valid for 21 is due to the winter storm and any damage that would have been received timely.
Okay. Okay, let me make a motion then on case ID 2021-922, account number 71037. When considering incorrect appraised market value, Q1, Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, Q13, temporary disaster damage exemption, and Q14, incorrect damage assessment rating, that we lower the 2021 appraised value on the improvements to 426,860, which would then lower the total assessed value, including land, down to $692,420. And at this time, no temporary disaster or incorrect damage assessment ratings or exemptions are being accepted or allowed because of Hurricane Harvey.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Deborah?
Yes.
We're done. You understand the final number?
I do. Thank you.
It's a great
Okay.
presentation.
Thank you for your time. That was my first time. But I appreciate your time and good wishes. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
Deborah, hear me? You might
Yes.
consider calling us, I don't know, January, February, March, something like that, and giving us an update. Because we're not gonna
Okay.
know. We're not gonna know.
Oh,
We're not gonna
and
drive in front of your house and know.
that's a great idea. I'll do that because I don't know how long this is going to take.
Right. You're in litigation. You might give us a heads up.
I will
We're
definitely
gonna
do
drive
that.
by in front of your house and say it's good.
I appreciate that. Thanks so much.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, Deborah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
We have 3 more hearings on the 8:30 docket. The next one is Breaks LLC. They did not request a telephone hearing. They did call in this morning and would like one. They have submitted the affidavit, the owner of the company has. So I'm asking if the ARB and the chief appraiser want to agree to a telephone hearing this morning with them.
Okay, so just to be clear,
Mhm.
a person has a hearing today
Yes,
and they called in today at what time?
at 8:20 something.
So timely.
Yes,
I agree to allow them to have an affidavit that goes beyond what the district and the board had said, 3 days or whatever. I agree to let them do it right now.
We okay?
Sure.
Let's go do it.
okay. This is Mr. Rideout. He states he is the owner of the company, Breaks LLC. The case number is 1033. Account number 13324.
Page 2.
Did he sign the affidavit, by the way?
He did.
Okay.
Mr. Rideout signed
Okay.
it. He's the only one.
Okay.
This Tony?
Mr. Rideout,
Yes.
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
Good, Charlie. How are you?
Pretty good. We
Good.
have some administrivia to go through before we get started with the meat of the matter. If you'll follow along with me, I'll have some questions toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1033, account 13324. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Mr. Rideout, have you submitted all your evidence?
Yes, I have.
Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Rideout, I am assuming that since you signed the affidavit, you are under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Sutter. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Rideout, do you have a Texas appraiser's license?
No.
Okay. Do you happen to have available to you the hearing procedure times chart?
Not quite in front of me, but
You remember it?
yes.
Okay. We're going to follow that throughout the hearing. And what we need to do is decide who goes first. And you get to choose whether you go first or Mike for the district goes first.
I can go first.
Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so what I did is went through just on my street and made a spreadsheet of all of the houses on just my street there in Bahia Bay subdivision and did a square footage analysis based on price per square foot for improvements in land. I don't have an issue with the price for the pen, but I do have an issue that my house was $6. Approximately $6 a square foot more than the average on my street. And therefore, that $6 times my square footage amounted to approximately $21,000 in a reduction in the improvements on my house. And that's all I have, and it would reduce my house down to, let me get that number. I think my house was at 484, and it would be reduced to 463, 139. That's all I have.
Okay. You'll have more time to speak later. Okay, Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right. The first thing that I see is that this was originally an online protest. The only thing on the protest is market value. One of the things that was written on here, Mr. Can you hear okay?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rideout, one of the
Yes.
things that I saw in your protest was, on your online protest, is I turned 65 in 2020, I'd like to claim the over 65. I just as a matter of fact, you have, like, the owner of the property, it has to be in his name. It can't be like in it can't be like in a company name or anything like that. So, you know, in future years, if he wants to change that, he can do that. And,
Okay, well, I think it's fine. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can- yeah, no worries. And you can apply for that in the future whenever you change the name back to yourself or whatever. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. And also just point out, the only thing under protest is market value. As you know, we provide both market value and equity comp grids. The market value grid that we have here, the subject property, let me just go to the card, Ray. The card right here indicates that we have 761 and change on the subject. You can see that the main thing that happened is the structure value went up as a result of just market value. You can see the neighborhood adjustment, the 125 there. Those are just market sales. It's not anything that the subject property owner is doing. It's just the market around him is increasing as a result of sales. Now, what are the sales? Let's look at this area that he's in the pictometry imagery. You can see the subject and where it lies right there. It's on that third finger, or the one towards the top. And you can see right there where it's at. It's in Bahia Bay. Subject property is going to comp sales. Subject property is 501 Sierra Sound. You can see that it's a 6 ST plus. We have classes from 1 to 7, 1 being a poor home, 7 being an excellent home, 4 would be an average home. This is a good home, or a very good home. 7 is an excellent, so 6 is a very good home. The comp number 1 is actually a pretty good comp. It's also a 6 ST, but it's a 6 ST minus. You can see that there's a difference in land evaluation just because of where it lies. It's further back in off of Land's End rather than Sierra Sound. So there's a valuation, there's an adjustment for the land there. But that one sold for $581. It's also a 6 ST minus. They're about the same size. They're about the same effective age. There's 4 years difference here. Those are appropriately adjusted. That renders a value of $745 and change. Another one, comp number 2, again on Land's End. It's also a 6. The major difference there is just the land element because it sits further back. That one adjusts out to 767. Comp number 3 is on Ocean Drive. It's just pretty close to the subject. It's in the same, so to get to Sierra Sound, you have to go onto Ocean Drive. And on a pictometry image, you could probably even see this house from where he's at. That one sold as $1,034,000. That one's a 6 FB plus, so it's hardy plank rather than stucco, but they're both 6 pluses. They're about the same size. The comp is a little bit newer, and the comp has better land as well. So you can see that that's negatively adjusted. That renders a value of $818 and change. When you look at the median value of those properties itself, that renders a value of $767, which supports the value of the $761 that we have on the subject. Again, equity is not under protest, but our equity grid was even better. Our equity grid showed $785, and we used not just properties up and down the street, we might have, but we tried to get other 6s. You can see 6 FB plus, the subject is a 6 ST plus, comp number 1 is a 6 FB plus, comp number 2 is a 6 ST plus, comp number 3 is a 6 ST plus, and comp number 4 is a 6 ST. The only differences there are going to be the land modifiers, wherever they are. I can say that on that land table, he's on the Sierra Sound land table, so he should be at the exact same price per foot, as his neighbors. We can look at the card. The card indicates that it's $28 a foot at the 9907 square feet that he has, so that's $277. Furthermore, you can look at the whole, what's called intercoastal waterway that's going to be Bahia Bay, Palm Harbor, City by the Sea, all of those neighborhoods in and about that intercoastal waterway. And there was a total of 71 sales from all those neighborhoods, and we're at 103 overall. The last page that you'll see is just a picture of the subject property. It's a nice home. It's a very nice home. It's a stucco home.
Does this home back up at the bay?
No, there's a pictometry imagery. Yeah. Yeah, this is the subject right here. It's got a canal. It's on a canal, but it like comes right out to the intercoastal waterway. So this is the intercoastal right here, and this is here, and he's got, these.
One of the comps was it not on Ocean Drive?
Yeah, it was
So
right
it
here.
had and
Or-
adjusted for the bay factor.
Oh, it's this one.
Yeah, it was this one right here. So this is the one that sold for $1,034,000, whatever, and it has better land. So it was adjusted.
Adjusted for the bay.
It was adjusted for the land, yeah. Yeah. The other two were on Land's End, which are much further back. They were back here somewhere on Land's End. They were I think they were in the corner, one was back here. So they're smaller lots and they're inferior from a view standpoint. Obviously, the one in the front off the ocean is better, so it was adjusted down.
So can you show me number 3 on your sales?
Yeah,
What's the PID?
14919. 3 on the sales group.
Oh, it's the one on Ocean. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's right here.
Yeah, so
It's this.
it's this one right here. That's the one we just pointed.
Okay.
So here's the subject and here's the comp. And the comp has better land because it has unobstructed views. So it was adjusted that way.
Okay, now the protester has 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer.
Okay, so, I understand, running the comp, for those properties. I think, I didn't understand how much the Ocean Drive property was, but that, that view and their bulkhead and, the improvements that they have on that property, a lot different than mine, so I don't think that should be taken into consideration of the comp. And I don't even know, like, I don't remember what you said the square foot price was for that house. But it's totally a different house. I mean, it's got all the views of the bay and it's got a boat lift on the bay and it's, piers and all that stuff that would add a lot of value to that piece of property. Just from an aesthetic standpoint. And that's really all I have. I just was looking at my street because not really Land's End. I know that's a little different area back over there, but my street, I think all our houses are pretty comparable as far as the level instead of 6. I think they're probably all pretty much 6s. And so that's what I was going by, was strictly per square foot for the house on my street, and didn't look any further than that. And that's the end of my rebuttal.
Okay. So Mike, you have 2 minutes for district rebuttal.
Yeah, what I would say about the comp on Ocean, it's definitely a comp. Would be used by every single, well, be used by most appraisers if they were doing any kind of appraisal, because they would say, oh, that's 50 yards from the subject. I might want to look at that. And then they would look at the differences. Obviously, the comp has unobstructed bay views. We've adjusted that like $140,000 negatively towards the subject. Furthermore, as far as like boat lifts and piers and all that stuff, the subject property owner has the same kind of stuff. What I would say is that it's even kind of a better situation because you're in a protected canal and you get at least the views down the canal of the intercoastal waterway. It's a pretty sweet situation. The subject is very nice. Very nice.
Okay. Now the protester has 1 minute for final closing. Anything else? Final thoughts you want to tell us?
No, sir. I'm good whatever y'all decide on.
Okay. You think, were you Mike, 1 minute for closing?
All I would say is that this, the sales warrant, the value change, we did it for everybody in the neighborhood, so market value change. The subject is really nice. It's got a really nice, it's got at the very least, it's got peak of views down the canal, but they seem to be pretty nice there. It's a nice wide lot. They're appraised on that land table. And the market value bears it out. So.
Okay. It's our turn.
Now I can attest to the fact that they're beautiful houses over there. We just took a ride at Rockport Cut last weekend. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here.
I kind of had a thought that maybe we should throw out the $1 million property, but I see that there's really adjusted for it. But so I'm okay with the value.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
I'm fine.
okay.
So on case ID 2021-1033, account number 13324, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we leave the 2021 appraised value at $761,680.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Rideout, thank you very much for participating.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, our next case is number 1190. Is an in-person.
Yeah.
1190, account 12620.
Joni Austin.
Yes.
Why do you guys have a problem with JPEG over there?
It's our software. Our software, it's really silly. Our software will let you load a JPEG, but it won't produce the JPEG. So instead of stopping you and saying, hey, this isn't supported, it lets you put up as many of them in there as you want. And then when you try to open it, it says, we don't open that file. So it's pretty frustrating. So what you have to do is get all those JPEGs and do the combine feature with Adobe, and then then they're there. You just have to make that step.
I worked with the county of came back here. She did some stuff, later on remotely. And it was work.
I
But
don't
then
know,
Beth
it was one
said
that,
yesterday
it was
you
one
got
that goes
something
this
in
way.
there?
It doesn't load out of the evidence section.
I just found it.
It's just the evidence.
Oh, it's perfect, because
Is that what
it
you had
doesn't
on
erase
working
itself.
at it? Was it coming out of the evidence?
I thought so, yeah.
Because it'll come out of images.
Right, no.
Yeah, just evidence, yeah. Maybe that's, I don't know, who knows?
So write out, no, that we did that.
This is far.
Everything in the evidence, like on Joni Austin, is all PDF. So it's
You get all
all-
the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
Which is that, but and then
Yes,
then it reverses. Not just back to the previous screen, it goes all the way back to home. Yeah. And then I have. to
One of the
make more
things
documents
that I've noticed is,
with everyone.
I don't know about you guys, but I buy, the appraisal district buys the good.
Somebody suggested a base tape one.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you have it or not, but I have.
I laughed
The
about
good one.
it.
It makes a huge difference in life.
probably we don't, because Eamon said we should get that standard 2017 where we don't pay every year for it.
Can you do, are there things that you want to do in Adobe that you can't?
I get a little frustrated with trying to highlight in it, but as far as my
You can do all that. You
Yeah.
can organize files, you can add,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
As long as you can do that stuff.
All that stuff.
All right, shall I go get Ms. Austin?
Yep.
Okay.
Portland and what else is over there? Now going up towards Gregory, yeah. Because when my wife was going to school, 70s, I think trade it off the second.
Yeah. I went to a
It's
Brown,
coming
but she
this
said
year,
they
and-
were big rivals.
Yeah. You know, Gregory, back in those days, was in the top 3 or 4 speed traps in the nation.
Really?
And there was a 60 Minutes thing.
Yeah.
Or Nolan, Selma, Nolanville, which is outside of Plain, Harper Heights.
Right.
Fort Hood, and the galleries.
This is Joni Austin.
Love it, love it.
But Gregory was one of the other town of Kimberly on 59 and stuff with the people. That was another big thing.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meeting matter. Just follow along with me. I'll ask the questions toward the end.
Yes.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1190, account 12620. This hearing is being recorded. We have the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest. The board is around the table. The appraisal district is represented by Mike Soto in the back. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created that contains the particulars of what was the result. It also has instructions of what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all of your evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Howard, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4156F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your turn.
I, Joni Austin, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board and the Aransas County Appraisal is true and correct.
Johnny, do you hold the appraiser's license?
No, sir.
Let's see, you have a sheet of paper that's right above the oath there.
Yes.
It shows how we're going to operate the hearing. We're going to follow that procedure. And you'll see there's 2 columns. You can go first, or you can have the district go first. Which would you like to do?
I'll let
You want to go first?
I'll let y'all.
Oh, okay. Mike?
Okay.
Very good.
Yeah, so, is that leave the only thing in the protest market value? And this was an online protest, and so we read like kind of the write-up. This is an Aransas Pass. There's many areas in Aransas Pass that have rundown homes, streets that are in disrepair, things like that. For whatever reason, the city of Aransas Pass has elected not to repair these things. And that's probably what you're going to hear the drive of, from the property owner, like, hey, my value's whatever, but it's diminished because of the stuff around me and stuff on my street, my street itself. And so, all I'm going to present is the evidence, for what the market's telling you in spite of all of those negative forces. So go ahead and pull up my card or the card. So I have a pretty modest home. I have a 3 MB. You can see that it's congruent with what's there. We have classes from 1 to 7. 7 is an excellent home. 4 is poor home. I'm sorry, 4 would be an average home. 1 would be a poor home. Yours is a below average home. It's a modest home. It's a great MB, so it makes very good. It was built in 2012, and the land itself is 18 change that we have on the land. It's a couple of, you have basically 2 lots there. That's what you have. All right, continue on. This is what you have. This is where the subject property is, and you have this property right here. It's on Campbell Street. Here's the sale associated in that area. So you have Young and Moore. Those are both in Aransas Pass. These are modest homes. This is a 4. This one's a little bit better. This is 5. The one, I guess, comp number 3. This is the one that's closest to the subject. It's on the same road. It's on Campbell. It's one block away. This is 947. This is 824. It's probably the best comp as far as just like the one closest to it, the one that's maybe the only thing that's troubling about this one, or that's hard about this one, it's just a better house. I mean, I don't control which ones sell and which ones don't. It's just the one that's closest to her. You can see that this particular property is only half the size of the lot, so that's adjusted. The subject is 14.5 square foot. The subject is, the comp is much better. It's a 5. It's adjusted in that, a negative 33,000 right there. It's bigger than the subject. That's adjusted almost another $20,000 there. That one renders a value when appropriately adjusted to the subject of 118. That also happens to be the 118. This also happens to be the median value of all those sales. It supports the value that we have on the 104. All I would say is that with the remainder of my time, I'd like to just look at this particular one because this is the closest one. I could look at all the rest of the comps and see their location and to see what conditions existed when those transactions occurred. So let's go to optometry imaging. This is the subject here. And what you'll see, let's stop right here, pull it back. What you'll see is this construction area right here. I'm sorry. This construction area right here at the end of the street. I don't know, for whatever reason, they have not, the city of Aransas Pass has not, this has been years in the process, right?
Yes, it was since right after Harvey.
Yeah, so this has not been repaired. So she has to enter in from this side of she has to enter in from the south side of the block every time. Also, in addition to that, she's got potholes like kind of here and here. Here, down here, there's cones right in here. It just is what it is. I mean, it's the city of Aransas Pass. They've elected not to do it for whatever reason, or I don't know. But the closest one that I have is pull up that other comp number 3. Is that one right there? That's the closest one I have. It can access on all sides. Like from this direction or this direction or this direction. This one is impeded from the standpoint that you got to go in one direction. So how much does that diminish market value? I don't know. She has potholes and she has a thing at the end of the road. That's a real thing.
Hi, man, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So you have 7 minutes on the time return.
Okay, well, first off, like I had submitted, we have the sinkholes. This one right here is from the last in May, as when we got that torrential downpour. This one is actually closer to my house, and if you look, I don't know who stuck that in there, but it's a sinkhole, and that's all we keep having are all these sinkholes. And this actually goes between my property and the property next to it, and goes all the way to the curb. We actually had to, I let him put his trash on my property because we're scared that if the trash truck goes, it's gonna fall in. Also, the house to the right of me and the house to the left of me, one is related to me and the other one is not, but we are very close. Both of their taxes went down. So I didn't understand why the one to the right over here, that's right there on the corner, they went down way more than the other one. The other one just went down a little bit. Also, when it rains, the street floods. The reason why we have the sinkholes is because the main water or the drain that goes from Stapp and it connects at McCampbell, it has over time, it has been crushed. And that's why we flood and we have to wait for the city to come get pumps and pump the water away. Also, that trailer that's right across the street, the one that says 12523, right now it actually has a car sitting in front of it. Since Harvey, nobody lives in it. The roof is basically gone. It's held with tarps with cinder blocks. And I had put pictures in for evidence. I went and took pictures from right here, which is Stapp, all the way back to Veterans Park, which is from the 400 block to the 900 block where I'm at. And just of like what most of the properties look like. A lot of the places are condemned or should be condemned. There's nobody living there. I just don't see how the value could have went up when we're getting more sinkholes, and now there is a sinkhole on Myrtle, and then there was another one that just happened on Stapp Street. I do understand that I have been to several of our city council meetings because it's to the point where with that last sinkhole right there, it is very hard to get in and out. Very scared to even drive on it. And as you can see, they don't keep up with it. They did say that they applied for a block grant or block party grant. I think it's also called a GLO. But it's all.
Could you tell me what that picture is?
Yes, sir. This one right here, I also, since the rain, I keep getting these sinkholes that are going under the foundation.
Thank you.
Yes, as of my house. We have actually brought in dirt and we packed it, and then we got another hard rain, the last rain, and this is what happened.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. But
Oh, no, sir, I understand.
I was puzzling over that picture.
Yes, we, as you can see, we have brought in dirt. It's one of those, I try to do the best I can. I'm a single mom, and when I get extras, when I try to get the dirt hauled in and to pack the foundation again. But yes, this is, if you were to go to my house right now, this is exactly what you'd see, because this was taken yesterday. And then right behind McCampbell is the city dump, so there wasn't any pictures I could take on that side because it's just brush in the dump. But I was just trying to give you an idea of what kind of neighborhood this is. And also, Mr. DeSoto was talking, or Mr. Soto, I'm sorry. He was talking about houses that are on Moore and Young. That is if you go past this little sinkhole city, which is what we call it. You go turn and you go back toward, you continue on, I don't know, it's like a half a mile. And yes, those are nicer houses, but those are the people that are also, because my boss lives there, 5 acres with ponds. And so of course the values are going to be higher. But I don't see how the value could go up with all of this and the 2 people beside me go down. I feel like if anything, it's either decreased or should stay the same as last
Okay.
year. Yes, sir.
More time later. Okay, so Mike, you have 2 minutes for district rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross-examination.
Yeah, as far as last year was a settlement. I don't know if it was with informal or if it was here in this ARB. We think these are, I think these are real issues. I think that there should be an adjustment. I just would like the board to render whatever they feel that that is. The closest one that I have supports a value of 118. It's a block away. It does not have the same conditions, from the blight standpoint, like this is a house that's here, this is the house that's there, it needs to come down. That McCampbell sale is experienced that same, all of those same conditions. As far as this potholes, that's relative to her property right there. So she showed you evidence, you should render it back.
All right. Ma'am, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal, what he said.
I think I agree with her, right?
Yeah, I honestly,
Don't argue
I really
with it.
don't have anything else.
Okay. Then Mike, you would have a minute to close.
On the open market, the subject property would experience things from a buyer standpoint that they would obviously say, oh, that was hard to get to, or oh, you have to drive in this direction, or tell us about this, this area right here next to the foundation. It would be diminished. The market value would be diminished. All those things you would have to disclose. So there's some kind of warranted adjustment. It's there.
Okay. So you have a minute. Any final thoughts for us?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So now it's our time to deliberate.
All the time.
Yeah, the question is
I think I might live with the foundation. That troubles me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the real.
Yeah.
The sinkhole is. That's a loss. That's a loss. Foundation.
Well,
Is that relative? What percentage?
yeah. What I would say is that this meeting is a public, this is subject to the Open Records Act, this meeting today. She's presented evidence for a sinkhole 20 yards from her property. And then she's got foundation problems.
It gotta be kind of.
This is the open meeting. I am telling you as the district representative that I think she has problems.
Question is how much they go down by.
I would say we roll. I'm good with rolling it back to last year.
Well, I'd like to know, last year, there was some mention that it was decreased last year. You didn't know whether it was as a result of ARB.
Yeah, I didn't have it in front of me.
Yeah.
We can
We
look.
find out.
It's a protest. She had a protest last year. Yeah.
Yes, it was a value, and I think they said they decreased it by like, I want to say it was like 9,000 or 10,000.
Yeah, it was,
Because I came here.
Okay.
that's the reason for the increase between you and your neighbors. That's what's going on here. Distributed value, calculated value, thing we've seen before. That's what's going on. Last year's value was an ARB value.
Okay, and last year, yeah, has it gotten worse than last year?
Yes, sir. The one pothole with somebody put that thing in it, like it looks like a bed rail, that one. On the side right here on staff, which is not my property, but it's right there at the very end of the orange tape. After the hard rain, there's another big sinkhole. And then if you go right there on Myrtle, which is between the 900 and 800 block, which goes to the dump. And I thought I had a picture of it, but when I did my pictures, I guess I didn't take it. There was a big old sinkhole and the city came through and just put dirt in it. And it's right in front of one of those big drains.
Okay, I was ballpark at 85.
I'm good with that.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, I'm fine with that. I'm thinking, I'm just trying to, it's gotta be a solution to fix this because the foundation problem and the street problem, they're not underway. I mean, I'm not an engineer, I have no knowledge, but when dirt starts moving 500 feet, it's gonna have to, it's gonna.
So in case ID 2021-1190, account number 12620, when considering Q1's incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower lower the 2021 valuation from $104,300 down to $85,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And you said you've been to city council meetings?
Yes, I actually, every single time I get another sinkhole, I instantly call, because I'm friends with one of them, Jason Knight. But he's trying to get it fixed, but he's one of, all the other ones are all about trying to do tourism, and they honestly are trying to promote their own businesses rather than try to help the people. But they said that they're waiting on a
Block grant.
block grant.
They want somebody else to pay for it.
Yes, because at the beginning when I went, they
It's
were telling,
expensive.
well, they had told me at the beginning that it was an Aransas County problem. But I'm in city limits. So it was one of those back and forth that I called,
Right.
and then the neighbors would call, and then come to find out it's Aransas Pass.
Yeah, you're in the city limits.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
No doubt.
Okay.
Okay.
We wish you the best of luck.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you so
luck.
much, and I appreciate y'all for your time. You're welcome.
The last case on the 8:30 docket is number 1278. It will be a phone hearing.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
I mean, yes, sir.
Want coffee?
No, sir.
Bill, you want coffee?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, my goodness.
Aransas Pass is a mess.
Right over there, man. That's just sad. It really is sad. I mean, it's like, just because stuff like that happens to you in life, but this, since 17, I mean, she's looking at the 5th year.
Yeah.
You know, you can have road construction out in front of your house. Anybody can have that. But 5 years, that's pretty long.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're in the city. You feel like that, you know what I mean? It feels like that should be like you should be out in the country where nobody cares about you.
Right.
Not right in the middle of town. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, we drive the county, we have to detour around it. And every year when we get to it, we look at it and go, oh man, that's still here. I think my concern is that there's sinkholes. You know, if you look at this, I guess we're not supposed to do this, but there's sinkholes they're 150 feet apart.
Yeah.
That's kind of freaky. You know, I don't know what that means. You know, like Bill said, I'm not an engineer, but that just seems crazy.
Think Florida where whole houses.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The whole hydrology of sand, soft sand is odd.
Pelican Bay.
Yeah, exactly.
1278.
That's next.
Yes.
Oh, it's on page 3.
Yeah, got it. Excellent.
Yes, all right. Bill, you want to use this one? This has got the Kindle. No. Okay.
The person on the phone will be Candace Sample. She is the 3rd owner of the property. I mean, she's listed 3rd. So let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Mike's just getting coffee. He'll be here.
Candace Sample.
Hello,
Ms. Sample, good morning.
good morning.
This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. We have some administrivia to take care of. Just follow along with me for a little bit, and I'll have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm gonna, let me put my headphone on so I can hear you better.
Sure. Tell me when you're ready.
1 second here. Okay. I'm ready.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1278. Account 70050. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, there will be a document created that will be sent to you by snail mail. It'll tell you what the result of the hearing is, and it will also tell you what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all of your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Happen, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Candace, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing since you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Candace, do you have access to, or do you have in front of you the hearing procedure times chart?
Let's see, I've got everything. Yes,
Okay. This is how we're going to manage the hearing. You can see that there's two sets of columns. One is you go first, the other is the appraisal district goes first. Which would you prefer?
I guess you can go first.
Okay, Mike, 5 minutes.
Sure. Subject property is in the south. It's number 111 on Consonant Lane. Currently has a valuation of $316 and change. You can see that it's that LaSalle subdivision that was kind of half built. What's amazing to me is that we actually had some sales in there this year, which is surprising because it was kind of dormant for a little while. On the next page, you can see the subject location is right there in blue. And so that's at the south end of kind of that subdivision. But we did have some sales in there. The subject property is at $316 and change. It was a sale this year. To the best of our knowledge, it sold for $295. I don't know if there was anything else in connection with that sale, meaning I don't know if there was anything else that was transferred beyond what we know about, which was the $295. The other sales that we have in there are $315, and that one adjusts out to $341 in relation to the subject. And then comp number 3 sold for $255, and that one adjusts out to $297 in relation to the subject. When you consider both the square footage of the lot is considered the square footage of the house itself. You can see that the first, obviously the first comp is the subject, so there's no adjustment there. Comp number 2 is, it's smaller than the subject and it sold for more, it sold for $315. And then comp number 3 is smaller than the subject and it sold for less. So our median value for all of those are $297,788. That's from a market value standpoint. From an equity standpoint, and so what I would say with that even in my own grid, there's a warranted adjustment. From comp equity, you can see that we still have the value of 316, the median value of other properties that are in there that are not necessarily sales. The median value is 306. So there's a warranted change here. We're at at the best, we're at 297 and change. That's all I got.
Okay.
Okay,
So ma'am, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
well, I have a hard time hearing. I heard most of what you said. I didn't hear everything. I've got my headphones on and I'm still having a hard time hearing. I guess my best argument is, what we paid for it, the 295, less than a year ago, and we haven't made any improvements to it. Excuse me. I'm sorry. We haven't made any improvements to it, and I just feel like that's what our property is worth, or the value should be. Since we, like I said, we just purchased it less than a year ago. We, my husband and my sister-in-law and I, the owners, we feel like that, it should be, the value should be $295. I guess that's my best argument.
Okay. Anything else? You'll have more time to speak later.
No, that's it. Y'all go ahead and talk.
Okay.
Candace, did you hear Mike? Did you hear the part where Mike said that his matrix shows that the value of your place is 297?
297? No.
I didn't think you heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Mike's presentation. That based on sales, your value is 290, would be 297.
297,788.
Yeah.
297
Yeah, whatever the median value was, 297 and change.
and change.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Where are we in?
Okay,
You get
so,
your 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I just want to verify you paid $295 for the property. Is that right, ma'am?
yes, we did.
Okay. The evidence that you have before you, board, is that she paid $295. We have $297 in our grid. All I would say is that the most recent sale was smaller than the subject and sold for more. But even in the median sales grid, that number shows 297 at best. 297 and change at best. So that's all I got. There's nothing further from me. That's all that you'll get from me.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Candace, you have two minutes for protest or rebuttal if you got any additional thoughts.
The one that you said recently sold, is, I don't know, can you tell me which one that is? I mean, I think I know what you're talking about.
It was
There's
one,
one that,
it was 105 Frontenac.
oh, that one, okay, yeah, no, there's one that just sold, I guess I don't have that one yet. Yeah, the 105 Frontenac, we actually looked at that. I mean, I don't know if it makes a difference, but that one, it was fixed up really nice on the inside. Ours, when we bought it, was, you know, they fixed it up from the hurricane, and it's pretty basic. I mean, they didn't do anything special to it like they did at 105.
We agree. We agree that one was better than yours from an effective age. You can see that we've added 10 years to that complement too. So we agree.
Okay. So I don't know if that, I don't know if that would, you know, if we could get mine down to 295, or, I mean, I just don't think ours, comparing it to that one's a much nicer place on the inside. As is, you know, 104, and I know I didn't give you any information on that one, but that's the other one that just sold just recently, or the most recent one that sold. But it's right, the one right by the swimming pool, and it's also fixed up really super nice on the inside. But these other ones that I gave you paperwork on, like I know they're smaller units,
You have
because
4
I think
minutes left over on our first.
the one at 102 Frontenac, which is one of the ones I gave you information on. It's the exact same floor plan as ours. And the assessed value on that is 207 at 490. And I understand that the owners are doing some work on it, but they are staying there. They're staying there when they're here. They don't live there permanently, but when they're down here, they are living inside of it. And I think they said it's about 95% complete. But I guess I don't know who it was there that told me that it's because they're still working on it, that's why the appraised value is only 207.
Yes, ma'am. On the first of the year, we had a 65% complete on the one that you just referenced. So
Oh, okay.
where are we at?
30 seconds left, or 28 seconds left. Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Mike, you have 1 minute for closing.
Closing, what I would say is the median value represents a value of 97 and change. Subject property sold for, 297 and change. The subject property sold for 295. That's all I got.
Okay. Candace, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts you'd like to tell us?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
297, 295, 297, median.
Yeah, but the sale was in August of 2020, which is and it's on his grid, it's on his sales grid.
Yeah.
I was thinking the 297 and change.
Just
But
even 297, I'm fine with that too.
Okay, I could go for that. I mean, they're all real close. 297?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so on case ID 2021-1278, account number 70050, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 value of the property, appraised value of the property from $316,460 to $297,000 even.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Candace, did you get that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. You'll get a document in the mail,
Okay,
okay?
when could I expect that, document?
That depends on snail mail.
In a week or two.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, great, that's fine, I appreciate it.
All right, thank
all.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, have a good day.
Okay,
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're gonna start the 10 o'clock docket in person. It's case number 1545. The address,
Do they have any evidence?
oh, they have, yes, a flash drive. So it's
Who's
Mr. Barnes, William Barnes.
William Barnes,
Bottom of
It's
page
here.
4.
okay.
All right, you ready for me to go get it?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
Mike,
Yes,
is
sir.
Con Brown Harbor in the city of Aransas Pass or?
Yeah, Cove Harbor is in Rockport, Con Brown is in the city. of
In the city.
Aransas.
So they're spending a fortune paving roads in Con Brown Harbor,
Yeah, no doubt.
a fortune. Have you seen it?
I've seen, I've heard.
It's
Yeah,
amazing. And they can't fix this road.
I am complete, that's why I said, if that person has problems, you should probably just,
I mean, it's incredible.
yeah, it is. It's disappointing is what it is.
That's short-sighted.
I'm sorry.
I think it's short-sighted because they're just looking at tourism. We've seen, maybe an election.
Okey dokey artichoke, let's.
But again, the whole block grant thing, if you can, they're trying to, that's one of many probably projects that they're trying to get into this one project and somebody else kind of subsidize it or pays.
It's like where they go door to door and they knock on your door and they ask you how much money you make. You just tell them, you just say, I make this much money, and then some dude writes it down on a paper. And then they compile it and they figure out what the median value is in that neighborhood. And then if it's below a certain number, then they,
Write a check.
yeah. And if it's not, they take it away and say, you're on your own.
Somebody knocks on your door.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's weird because they knock on your door and they ask you how much money you make.
Are you kidding me?
Do you give them your social security number?
Yeah, yeah.
Mother's maiden name?
No, but that's how they poll for data.
Just hand them a credit card. is all that.
That's beyond bizarre.
Forwarded to Dubai.
And you
With a
can,
sign on the front
you can
door that
tell
says,
them
"Money's in the
it's
refrigerator."
it's an honesty thing.
Yeah, right, honesty, we know about that.
Yeah, right.
There we go.
We're here to help.
We're here to help.
Sorry, Mr. Barnes stepped into the restroom.
Okay.
I still don't have evidence.
It's gonna be on, I'm gonna have
Oh,
it.
you're gonna. put it on
Yeah,
flash drive.
we're
It's
gonna
not
have to
be
look
on
at the
this.
board today.
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
All right, this is the room. This is William Barnes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Pretty good. Mr. Barnes, we have some administrative to go through before we get started in the meat of the matter.
All right.
If you just follow along, I'll have some questions for you near the end.
All right.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1545, account 24025. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The appraisal board is at the table, and Mike Soto represents the appraisal district in the back. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. You'll get a document after this hearing is complete. The document will be mailed to you. It will have the particulars of what was completed in the hearing and also what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes,
I
put it on the thumb drive.
On that drive? Right. Very good. Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Barnes, it's your turn.
I, William Barnes, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
Michael Soto, I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Barnes, do you have an appraiser's license?
No, sir.
Okay. Sheet of paper to your left has the hearing procedure on it. That's the procedure we're going to follow throughout. You'll see there's two columns. One where you speak first and the other where the district speaks first. Which would you choose to do?
Let y'all speak first.
You speak first?
No, let y'all speak first.
Okay, Mike?
Sure. The subject is in Holiday Beach. Holiday Beach was an area that experienced a lot of change. This was a property that recently sold this last year for $49,000. That's the number that we have. It was one of the data points that we used both to set up like what are other mobile homes selling for, what are other land elements selling for in the Holiday Beach area. So this is this one happens to be on Holly Drive, 117 Holly Drive in Rockport, which is Holiday Beach. You can see that we have a mobile home and other miscellaneous improvements like a screen porch, a little storage, and what we call the trailer pad, which is really it's just the utility package associated with the mobile home and or an RV. The land market value is $13,000. The structure value is $31,510 for a total value of $44,510. Moving forward, we have the pictometry imagery. You can see the blue outline is that mobile home right there, and you can see the little storage. I guess you can see the little porch thing to the left there. Moving forward, there's two things under protest: market value and equal, and the second thing is equal compared with other properties, or unequal compared with other properties. Moving, the comp number one is the subject. It sold for $49,000. There's no adjustments on that column. Moving to comp number two, this is we wanted to give you a mix of other properties, and this comp number two that you see is a land plus. So that's just a land sale with utilities. So basically this shows you what does something sell for with a trailer package associated with it. meaning like, what does it sell for with the TP associated with it? And that's 46,407. Obviously, the difference is there's no mobile home there. That adjusts out to 40, but it supports the valuation of the land that we have, like for 13,000. I think we have 13,300. Obviously, there's a TP here that's there. So comp number 3 is another mobile home sale. So the subject property owner was not the only one that sold in there. He wasn't the only marker, the data point. This one sold for 110,000 on Lantana Drive. 110,000 on Lantana Drive for a mobile home with land. That one, when compared with the subject property, produces a value of 94 and change. 192 Grapevine is another one. That's another mobile home that sold for 73,470. It's a little mind-blowing when you think about it. The median value for all of those things when compared to the subject is 44,841. Again, that supports the value that we have on the subject property of 44,510. Okay, for equity, what are we appraising other mobile homes for in that area? Well, comp number 1, we appraise out for 52,880. That's a mobile home. You can see the classification comparison. You can see that the land on comp number 1 is bigger than the subject, so there's an adjustment there. For size, effective age, for any of the little elements being storages or porches or any of those things, that one gives you a value of 45 and change. Comp number 2 is much the same. That one gives you a rendered value when appropriately adjusted at 40,444 and change, or 40,444. And comp number 3 is also another mobile home in that Holiday Beach area. And when you appropriately adjust for all of the sizes, the size of the land, the size of the house, the effective age, porches, screen porches, all of that stuff, that one gives you a value of 49,477. So in closing, there's 2 things under protest: market value. There's the subject property owner's sale was not the only one. Although he bought it for 49,000. Please note that we're not to his property valuation. We're at the median value. Like, we're supporting the median value there. That's all we're doing. We're at 44,000 and change. He bought it for 49. So we're not it's just one data point. Okay. From an equity standpoint, we're assessing these things in equal and uniform fashion when appropriately adjusted. And that's you see that evident in our comp equity grid, 45,485.
Okay, William, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
So no, I still know about the place for 49,000, but I saw the appraisal jump up 31,510 for improvements, which I haven't done none of the improvements yet. I said in the photos you'll see, there's still a lot of water damage and stuff to the property, to the house, the structure itself, that I still got to get fixed on. The land value I agree with going up with. I know land value is going to go up. I just don't see how a 1985 mobile home could increase in value by $31,000. So that's what I'm here.
We're trying to get the thumb drive loaded right now. So. Yeah, cat box one. So we're just going to go through your photos and you can just tell us whatever.
Is this the right
Yeah.
files here?
Yeah.
So right here's the front of the trailer. This is all weak right now. You can go up and actually push in on the walls right now on the front of this trailer.
We're gonna keep scrolling through until you tell us to stop.
I said, we're still on the front of the trailer right here. Like I said, it's all, my caulking joints right here, they're all leaking on where they put together. I said, I got several different kinds of outside on this trailer. Like I said, you can see where, I said, I'm leaking on just about every one of the joints inside the house. But you can see the damage on the inside of the house. That's occurring. That I still got to replace. And so you can see the walls all working on the paneling, the different floor joists. And so that's just the picture from the outside of the trailer itself. So that's why I'm here protesting meetings. Like I said, it's got a lot of work still got to be done to this. I bought it that, yes, we're gonna get to go, but we haven't got to that point yet. And so that's why I'm here protesting these. That big of a jump on something that needs a lot of work still to it.
You still have time?
Still got 4 minutes if you need it, 4.5 minutes. You'll have time later on to speak too, but.
And so then I was looking, like I said, y'all's comp equity here that y'all had. I mean, a lot of it's comparing my 728 square foot to a 1,200 square foot mobile home. And I said mine's an 85 and these are, what are they, 98 models and newer. So I mean, it's not a whole, I mean, there's a comparison there, but I know there's a big difference between, like I said, 86 and 98. Like I said, 700 square foot, 1,200 square foot.
Do you understand how the district corrects?
Yes.
Try to make
it, yes,
equal.
that's all right.
Okay.
Did you know about all this leaks and stuff when you bought it?
Yes, sir. We did. We knew it had to have some work on it. We didn't realize the leaks were that bad until we started getting all this rain. And then that's when I saw a lot of the leaks. The front of the house on the inside wasn't like that when we bought it. The walls weren't working like that on the inside.
They were not.
No. I said it had a couple of spots that we knew had to be repaired, but now I got more repaired than I expected.
Okay, if you're done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mike, you then have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, the subject property owners stated that they knew about some of the problems and didn't know about all the problems. They paid $49,000 for the property. Said that. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, $49,000. He's got some issues. We only have 31,000 on all of the improvements together. So a 10% adjustment would be $3,000. A 20% adjustment would be about $6,200. He's got some issues.
Anything else?
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that he purchased the property that he willingly knew about those issues. And I don't know what to say.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for protester rebuttal if you need them.
Like I said, the front of the house, I didn't know it was even like that when we bought the place. And like I said, since all this rain that's been getting, that's where I've been getting all this water down. Like I said, the walls that were all work, those weren't like that before, but they are now. I said, I knew there were a couple of spots that needed to be repaired inside the house, but it wasn't to the extent it is now.
Just it looked like it had a roof over or a new roof. Was that on it when you
That was
purchased
on
it?
it when I bought it. It looked like they put a metal roof on top of it.
Okay. Mike, if you need it, 1 minute to blow. Okay. Any final thoughts? Okay. Deliberate our time. Yeah.
It'd be about 10%.
Yeah.
40.
40. Okay. All right.
I cover 40.
Yeah. 40,000 even.
Well, almost 10% just.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You okay with that, Bill?
Yeah. Sounds good. For both.
So on case ID 2021-1545, account number 24025. When considering incorrect appraised market value or appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 evaluation from 44,510 down to 40,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Have a good day.
Y'all too.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, Ms. Barnes, come on. Sorry. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, next up is an in-person. They are here. It's Michael Socha. It's case 1649. Michael Socha and Charlotte Mansell are here. Mansell.
They just bring their evidence.
You don't have the taxpayer.
It's
Do you have it?
1649, 1649. At least I see it.
It's 7.
Got it? All right.
What's the ID number?
Is 13220.
Is it in person?
Yes, 2 people.
Go ahead, start.
Want me to go get them or taking a quick break?
We're just waiting for them.
Okay.
Just technical.
Okay.
What was the case number again?
Case number 1649.
Hello.
Good morning.
This is Michael Socha and Charlotte Mansell.
It's actually not so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
long.
We have some administrivia to go through.
Say again?
You can sit down. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter,
Okay.
and I'll have some questions when I get toward the end. We're opening a hearing on. Here I go. There, case ID 2021-1649. Account 13220. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that is hearing the protest today. Board is around the table here. Michael Soto in the back of the room is the appraisal district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created, which will go out by snail mail, and it will contain the results of the hearing and what you can do if you don't agree with it. You also, in accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. You have submitted all your evidence, correct?
I believe so. You got pictures.
Yes. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles North, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Dutt, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your turn.
This is this.
Yes.
I, Mike Soha, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly. Oh, I'm sorry. You had two people. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I, Charlotte Mansell, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Now you can.
Sorry, I'm used to doing it right after. My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board. There is a standing privilege. Correct.
Do either of you hold the appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Okay. Michael, in front of you, the other side, this side of the table is a chart. No? Okay. That's how we're going to manage the hearing. And you can see that there's two columns. One is if you go first, or the other is if Michael goes first. Which would you choose to do?
I don't know. I've never done this. I don't.
Well, the governor says you get to choose.
Well, let's look, district.
Okay.
This is an area of the E of A, I think, with experience in market value change, just due to sale. We have the subject as 100% complete. What you're going to be provided with by the subject property owner is that it's not. He's got some pictures in here, and we get to determine how much that affects value as a whole. But let me go ahead and present the information that I have, at least from the outside. I'm looking at the subject property card. Currently have a valuation of 523 and change. Scott?
Sure.
523 and change on the subject property. It's a very nice home. We have a 5 FB plus on it, and you can see that it's in the B of A. Lands in is the street. On the comp grid, well, yeah, go ahead and go to optometry. It's the gray top or the tan top house. You can see that. What are some sales in the area? This is subject is a 206 lands in. Comp number 1 is 200 lands in. That sold at 622. It's the same class as the subject property, about the same size as the subject property. Land values are very similar. Again, that one sold for 622 and change. When you adjust for the land, when you adjust for the age, when you adjust for the size, and all the docks and decks and porches and garages and everything else, that renders a value of 551 for the subject. Comp number 2 is also on Lands End Drive. That one sold for 553. Again, it's also a class 5. That's ST plus, which is stucco instead of FB, which is fiberboard. But again, that's smaller than the subject. It's about the same effective age as the subject. They have porches and docks and garages and storage attached and all these different things. When you look at all of those adjustments, that renders a value of 518 and change. Comp number 3 is also another sale on Lands End. These are all on the same street. This one sold for 637. This is a 6ST regular. This one is a little bit smaller than the subject, about the same effective year. The land element is better than the subject. When you do all those appropriate adjustments, you get a value of 520,247, which is also the median value for the subject. You can see with our own sales grid, this warrants just a $3,000 change or something like that. Again, if it were 100% complete, it would render this value and it would be supported by this market value. The other thing under protest is, oh no, that's the only thing under protest is market value. So how much time do I have?
You have a minute, just less than 2 minutes.
Okay, less than 2 minutes. I'd like to render, can I render that time in discovery? Can I add it to the time for the discovery so I can look at his, let him make his presentation? Because I want to have some back and forth questions about how much.
Okay.
Is that okay with you, sir?
I suppose.
You don't have to grant it.
You're wanting to ask me questions about what I'm presenting.
After you present it. Yeah, I just want, I have a little bit of time left right now.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you seven minutes on the timer.
Okay. The picture shown of our house, I don't know how old that is, but I think that's pre-Harvey even. Do you know how, do y'all have a date on the picture?
It probably is pretty Harvey, but I can look for you to see when that picture was taken.
Yeah, we haven't, we've had it since prior to Harvey, so. So.
What's the date of that? Yeah, 2008, sir, is the answer to the question. That's when that picture was taken.
Okay. If I'm speaking out of turn, somebody please let me know, but our point is that our house is not to the same build back as the comps shown here. Our house, and I've got a few pictures of it, we got messed over on insurance and we're building back out of our pocket. We haven't painted since prior to Harvey. We've done, we put a new roof on with the insurance money that we did have. We had to rip out all the floors. We're still working on getting floors together. And we're just not back to where some of these comps are.
Okay. Can you explain your pictures to us? That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Your
show
evidence.
them. So as you can see, can I stand up? Sure. So as you can see, we had to replace the front door. This is a new front door. This is new Hardy that hasn't been painted yet. This was replaced as part of the new roof. This hasn't been painted yet. We replaced, this whole thing was falling apart. We did finally get this replaced. Obviously, we haven't painted it yet. You can see kind of how the paint is discolored. I guess that may show that it hasn't been painted. You can see the trim is kind of chipped and fading off. Advanced pictures. So this is part of our stairs. We haven't got carpet back in. Interior isn't painted yet.
Is that the front door there or is it the back?
This is the front door.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes. You can, there again, that we haven't got floor, I'm sorry, on the last one, we haven't got floor back in here. This was an old existing floor, and we're gonna have to do something with that. It's not level and not gonna work.
The wall, I asked about the wall. Those discolorations, what is that, just shadow or?
These?
Yeah.
These are swatches.
Oh, for paint
We
color.
were trying to figure out a paint color, and then we haven't got there.
I like the one on the right, by the way.
So you can see this was all carpet. We haven't got any of this stuff put back together. We've got some remnants of some stuff we're trying to do, but like I said, it's all out of pocket and coming a little bit at a time. I think so again, we haven't got paint working on it. We had to replace our air conditioners after the storm, and we don't have even a door put over the air conditioner to, cover it from view. That's all that's showing. And then there again, we don't have floors 100% throughout the house. Yes, ma'am.
Not throughout the whole house?
We have floors in some of the house, but not the entire house. So I think that's really kind of all I have.
Okay. All right. Then, Mike, you've got 2 minutes for district cross-examination, 2 minutes for rebuttal, and I'll give you another minute and a half or 2 minutes for your.
Yeah. The main issue here is that if we had a perfect home, like a 100% complete home, the market value is like $3,000 off. So having said that, the subject property owners presented evidence that they're deficient, like they have some things wrong. Do you have, like when you had the storm, like was the top floor, because the top floor is different than the bottom floor, was the top floor hammered as well?
Mhm.
Okay, so like, can you describe the floors that you have in there today or on January 1st? Is it carpet? Is it just the wood that we see, or what is it?
It's a combination of floating floor and plywood.
So it's just plywood. So the floors are not done, they're halfway done or not done throughout the entire house.
That's correct. That's accurate.
And the sheetrock, like throughout the entire house, is there areas that, obviously they're not painted, but is the sheetrock up everywhere in the house?
I think, can you think of anywhere where there's not sheetrock? I think the sheetrock.
Okay, so the sheetrock's up, the flooring's not done.
The flooring's not done, the painting's not done.
The painting's not done.
Exterior
Paint's not done.
We had some trim that has to be.
So some trim and some millwork.
Yes, trim
Okay.
and millwork.
The reason I'm asking these questions is because typically when we get into situations like this, we go through this list, and I'm kind of pre-asking some of these same things. And typically it's done by the board, and they kind of go through this list, and I could ask the questions when they could. I'm just trying to come to some number that's applicable. You also have some damage associated with like the vents or the air conditioning. Is it just the cover for the air handler right there?
Yeah, that was
just the cover.
Well, it's a door.
Okay.
Like you have a
So
door.
you're missing a door on what would be like a utility kind of opening. Yeah, that's an air handler right there. If you go up, and so obviously you have some painting that's yet to be done, and then you have some. What's that area at the top? You just have some things that go on with the vent or whatever.
Or are you just showing the tape area?
No, I was mostly showing the vent. The tape was there as a barrier when we were doing some work on
So what's going on right here?
it. It's just dirty and needs paint.
Oh, got you. So just more paint for the ceiling and stuff like that.
Yes. Well, and then, the vents have to be replaced.
Do you have any estimate of like what you're talking about for all of this stuff?
I didn't enter it into evidence, but we talked to a couple of contractors, and between the paint and the millwork and the rest of the floors, we're probably looking at, I want to say roughly about $40,000.
And you said you entered it into evidence?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay, got you. So, but subject property is saying that, 40,000 sounds a little strong to me, but,
If you find somebody to do it.
yeah, I know, with today's prices, right? The improvement, what I'd say is the improvement is 355,000. 10% would represent 35,000 or roughly thereabouts. That seems about right to me.
You added up to 29% not complete.
Oh, that you added up 29% not complete.
And we were asking the question. I added up 29% not complete.
Okay, well, there you go. There you
So that's
go. I wonder
71.
how those reconcile with the 40,000 as opposed to the 71% complete. What would you?
71% complete.
We have 355,930.
That's got to be really good.
Would you say it was?
71% complete.
You want me to put this in there?
Yeah, just I want you to put it in there and just show us.
Two, 7, 71%.
That comes to like $100,000 change, right? And that's not right. That's not congruent with what the property owner said, close to 40. I'm okay with you going close to 40, but $100,000 is too much.
Yeah.
Even if you went to 50, I'd be okay with that, but $100,000.
That's what I was thinking.
All right. So then you have 2 minutes for protest or rebuttal. For his conversation. Need it?
I think we had a decent thing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I concur. I think it's probably 50-ish, somewhere in there.
Yeah. You want anything for closing, Mike?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. Any final thoughts from you?
I'm a little confused. I guess we're agreeing on lowering of the value.
Yes.
Okay. Good enough.
Yeah. Okay.
550.
So. That would be 470. So I'm going to move then on case ID 2021-1649, account number 13320. When considering Q1, the incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 value on this home from $523,330 to $473,330. Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you.
Good luck. That's fun doing the swatches thing. I remember when we do that.
Have a good day.
Yeah, we did the same thing. We had blank walls and we had 3 shades of gray, and then we walked past them for like 5 days. And then we expanded on different walls, like 3 shades, and go, oh yeah, that's the one. You see it at different times of day and night. It does.
Y'all need a quick break, or are you ready for the next?
What do we got?
356. Oh, this will be, we have 2 more. This one and then one by affidavit that we didn't get a call in.
Okay, 356. Page 4, 356.
And this is in person. James Hart is here.
Top of page 4.
And he does not have any evidence.
Okay.
That last one was 473, right?
Yeah,
Or somewhere there about.
Yes.
473, 330.
Next page is what? So notice one thing.
On this.
Not very consistent.
It's hard.
Is it point or dot?
Hard.
I always say no.
I want you to look to see where.
There's a couple of you that say every time. And then there's some that just say dot, and sometimes they say point. Most of the
Must
time,
have been hell.
I'm the one that. Half the time I'm the one, half the time I'm the
I don't
other.
think it
Yeah.
makes
Just
What's the only thing that out of this whole script that really, it bugged me every time?
so this is.
I don't know.
Rewind.
Because I have this
Just go right
pause.
out front yard plan.
No, I just have this pause with that
Could be.
punctuation.
Find that answer for you, because that's the only thing.
Period. Maybe the different one. Start throwing the period thing. Yeah.
All right. Oh, I was just looking for a little thumb drive that, or,
You said point. You said point.
Yeah.
Scott was the one that did.
Sometimes you say dot.
There's two.
You said, you and I are the ones that switch off.
There's another one coming out for an
Uh-oh.
We have no concern.
We can go ahead.
Which one was from this morning? Okay,
The black one.
all right. Okay.
Which one are we doing?
356.
356, top of the page?
Yes, sir. Page 4.
Is this loud? Is this a person? I think so. I'm desperately trying not to watch it. Stick to my schedule.
Is this,
Harder and harder.
is this another
In person?
stick?
I don't believe they have, they said they had no evidence.
I have no idea.
That's what Val said. They said, she said they brought.
Okay.
This is James Hart.
Oh, no. We have some minutes trivia that we need to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions before you're near the end.
Okay.
We're opening hearing on case ID 2021-356, account 25825. Hearing is being recorded. We, the appraisal review board, that will be hearing your protest today. We're the board. The appraisal district is back there. Mike Soto will be the representative for this district. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145(8), all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you given us all your evidence?
Yeah, I didn't bring any evidence.
Okay, I just want to make sure. The ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I am not communicating with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, James Hart, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall give to the appraisal review board is true and true.
You hold a license as an appraiser in the state of Texas? Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall give to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Hart, you have above your right hand there a sheet of paper that has the hearing procedure. This is what we're going to follow throughout the hearing, and you get to choose whether you go first or Michael goes first.
I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I was shocked at the number I got on my property on the improvements. I think it went up $33,020. I haven't done any. I've done maintenance on my house, keep it up. But as far as driveway or any buildings or any other fences or any additions, I haven't added anything. And really for protesting, the amount has gone up. I've come before, not in the hearing, but I have a drainage issue in the back. The evidence y'all presented to me is there's an aerial photo and back behind my house. I didn't know at the time it rains, it turned into a lake. And it's like back here.
You can stand up.
You can stand up and point. This area right here turned into a lake. Right now, we had, I guess, 6 inches of rain a couple of weeks ago. I have water back up here. I don't have any pictures of it, but it's there. Anyways, some of my issues with drainage. Also, on your comparables, I have one of the comparables on Driftwood, which is 2 streets over, is probably in line with it. The other comparables are over in Lamar Point Preserve, and over in that addition, they have more amenities. They have water, sewer. We don't have sewer. We have septic. I don't think it's really apples to apples, except for the one comparable that y'all show on Driftwood. And what you see in my house right there is
is what it is now. That's what it was. We built it. And I just, the numbers went up really high this year, and that's what I'm focused. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Mike, you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, the subject property owner indicated that it, floods kind of behind his property. And sometimes it pulls into his property. I think that has been like talked about in the past. I want to just point out that there is on the card, there's already an adjustment for that. You can see that it's on the card down at the bottom. Zoom in a couple of times. And go to the land. See where it says adjusted 90%. So there's already an adjustment for that because that's been brought up in the past. But I don't have any questions for the subject property. The market value associated with the subject is not anything that the subject property has done. It has to just do with, the market as a whole. Specifically, the only thing under protest is market value. We currently have 232,000 for appraised value for the subject. You can see, go back to the pictometry. You can see that this is where it is on Charlotte. Haiti is, I guess, to the north. Is that right? That cross street? I think that's right. Yeah, Haiti to the north there. It's in Lamar. It's in Lamar Oaks. It's really close to the Boat Arc area in Lamar. Go to the sales comparison grid, please. Subject is 26 Charlotte. Like the subject property owner said, those first 2 sales, they're just houses. They happen to be in a different area that's kind of, I want to say probably it's a mile away from the subject to the northwest. It's in a different area for sure. You can see that although they're in a different area, the land values are almost identical. They're very comparable. So now you're just left with comparisons of the home itself. The subject is a 5 vinyl sided, at least that's what we have for the majority of it. I guess it has some brick on the front, is that right? Stone? Yeah, stone on the front, but it has vinyl on most of it. So we have it as a 5 DS. The comps are, the first comp is a 5 FB, and that's a fiberboard or hardy plank home. That one sold for $260,000. It's a 2020 home, so it's adjusted for the effective age. You can see it's also adjusted for the value of the land. When you look at that property and all of the garages and porches and everything else, there's a adjusted value of 234 and change for the subject when appropriately adjusted. For comp number 2 also is a 5. It's a 5 ST, so that's a stucco 5 ST plus. Again, the land value is almost identical. The size is a little bit bigger than the subject, and it's just a few years effective age newer than the subject. But both of those things are adjusted in there, along with the workshop and some other things. That one adjusts out to 262 and change. Again, that's sold for $302,500. Comp number 3 is on Driftwood. It's like the subject property owner indicated. It's the closest one to him. That one sold for $217,000. You can see that one of the differences is the land, so that's adjusted. You can see that the sizes are pretty close. The classes are pretty close. And that one adjusts out to 209. Comp number 4 is Rob Circle. That one is a sale for $231,570. That's a 5 FB. It's a little bit smaller than the subject, a little bit older than the subject, and the land is not quite as valuable. That one sold at $231,000. That's a little older sale as well. That one adjusts out to 223 and change. When you look at all of those sales in that area, the median values, 228, 821. And we currently have a value of 232. So even our own grade warrants is a minor change of about $4,000. Moving forward to the, we don't have equity protested. So moving forward to the sales ratio report in Lamar, you can see that we pulled all of Lamar, and remember that we're mass appraisers, so we're looking at more than just a specific area. And you can see that we're a weighted mean of 1.0013. So when you consider how we're doing as a whole for the entirety of Lamar, then you can see that that's Goose Island Lake Estates, that's Seagun, that's Bodart, that's, you know, that other area that we pulled some sales from, Old Tasselfoot, Lamar Outlots, Oak Hill Ranch Estate. I mean, all of these, we took every sale, and that's our sales ratio of 100%. So. I guess the majority of our sales were in Lamar Point Preserve. I'm saying the ones that we presented for Lamar Point. But overall, as we went up, we had a neighborhood adjustment. We went up because of all of the sales in Lamar. And we're at 100%. That's all we got.
Your neighborhood adjustment was 25%, 125%. It's like on the card there.
I guess I had, did I go over comp number 5? Let's see. Comp number 5 was also on Seaside Loop. It's also on Lamar Point. It was 5 FP minus. That one sold for, no, that's an equity comp. I'm sorry. Yep, I went over all of it. Yep.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Hart, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and then 2 minutes for cross-examination. I'll give you 4 minutes on the time here.
Okay, I don't pretty much said everything I was going to say. I know just went up quite a bit, and I know the market's where it is now. In the future, I plan on adding on to my place, and I don't want to add on more to it, money wise. Anyways, that's all.
Okay. Mike, you got 2 minutes if you need them for rebuttal.
I don't have anything.
Okay. Any final thoughts? I guess Mike goes first with closing 1 minute.
In closing, the only thing that's protested is market value. Even with my own sale, all I can support is the 220. Was that 228?
228.
Yeah, that's all I can support.
Okay. Final thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. 28.
228.
You? Okay. All right. I think so. Okay with that. Okay, so I'll make a motion then on case ID 2021-356, account number 25825. When considering incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 value of this property from $232,130 to $228,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
Thank you.
All right. Our next case is by affidavit only. I misspoke earlier. I said they didn't call it, but they actually intended it to be affidavit only.
Okay.
And it's number 1595.
No. 4. Yeah.
Napa.
Last name is Bainig.
I think you just announced it.
It is a yes. For this morning's doc.
Ready? Everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay, we're opening a hearing by affidavit only. On case ID 2021-1595, account 22938. This hearing is being recorded. We return to the review board that will be hearing the protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. The information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145A, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Parrish, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.667.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Sutter. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the principal keyboard for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
The property owner's affidavit evidence read as such. For the record, in our case listing, the only thing under protest is equity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to read the property owner's affidavit evidence, and we'll go ahead and present that up there. The property owner's affidavit evidence reads as such: Aransas County Appraisal District 2021. It gives the appraisal district account number right there. Bonnie, Brian, and Edit Sherry. It's Holiday Beach, Palmetto Point, lot 116. Incorrect appraised market value compared with other properties. Again, I pointed out that the protest form only had one. There's 9 pages with this affidavit. It says section 5, the first 5 comparables I found online have less taxable value and more square footage, and most are much newer. The 4 lots next door to me are full of trash and bring down our property value. I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone call. This affidavit and its evidence and/or argument submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing. Signed, the County of Goliad, Sherry Boney, before Tanya Jacob Milbury. The next page is a screenshot of the property search result for the subject property, which is 116 Channelview. And it shows the main area, 4FB, our home for comparison is what's written in the book. The next one is on 70 Channelview, and you can see that that's a 5FB, and it says built in 2018, taxable value 21,440 less than our cost. It's 33 years newer. The next one is 73 Channelview. And what's written, that's a 3PH minus metal. That's built in 2000, $28,570 less than our house. It has more square footage. The next page is 88 Channelview, $60,410 taxable value less than our home, and it has way more square footage. That's a 4FB minus home. The next one is 115 channel view. That's a 3SS plus, it looks like. And what's written at the bottom is 46,900 taxable value less than our home, has way more square footage. The next one is at 136 channel view. It is a 3 FB plus. It says 20,690 taxable value less than our home, and it has way more square footage. And the next thing is pier posts have come loose. And there's a picture of a deck. The next thing is it says the lot next door. And you can see that it's a vacant lot with concrete and it has a hot water heater right there. This is the lot next door. I guess it's another vantage point, or maybe it's the other direction. This is the signed document. The next deal that I have is another property search. Do you have this? Okay. Continue on. Another property search. It says this is 116 channel view. Oh, this is the one that they did.
That's there.
Oh, okay. So this is just the same thing. This is the same. I must have a copy of it. Okay, so it's just another copy of it. So I will affirm that the remaining pages associated with what I have in the packet are a duplicate of what I just read. Therein lies the subject property owner's affidavit of evidence. Okay. So with subject property has a value of 247,540. I'm going to go into the their evidence and just look at the differences. So the first one. That they pulled in was 70, I think it was 70 channel view, 73 channel view. No, 70 channel view, sorry. This one has 675 square feet. It's appraised at 233. Yeah, let's yeah, this is it's a better class than the subject, I believe, but it's 675 square feet living area. Let's go to the subject so I can see it real quick. I want to see the subject's card. You won't be able, yeah. Just do my evidence package, I guess. Yeah, just go to my evidence package. Oh, this is the sale. Apparently, this is a sale. We do not know the purchase price. Let me just go into my evidence and we can answer these questions. We have 247,000. I guess 22200 might be like a D, but we don't know the actual price. They didn't talk about their purchase price at all. This is the subject property on channel view. Equity is the only thing under protest. So how are we doing other 4 FBs in and about the subject property owner's area? Appropriately adjusted. Subject is a 4 FB, has 1,032 square feet. We show that it's original to 1985. It's had some renovation, now 2005 effective age. You can see that the very first comp is on one of the adjacent canals on Kingfisher.
You look at the market value, there's very little market value change, there's $13,000 there. You look at the size, they're pretty close, or like 150 square feet apart. You look at the effective age, they're almost identical. That was appraised at 298 and change. When you compare it to the subject, it renders a value of 260. That's a 4FP plus, it's a 4FP plus. This one, again, is on the same street at 62 Channel View. That's a 4FP plus, that's 912 feet. So you have one a little bit bigger than the subject in comp number 1. You have one a little bit smaller than the subject, comp number 2. That's called bracketing. The land is identical. That one's appraised at 216. Now you would say, okay, what is the subject at? Subject at 247. Okay. This one's a little bit bigger. This is 298. This one's a little bit smaller at 216. You know, just generally, without even looking at the adjustments. And this one's in the middle at 247, somewhere in the middle. This one appraises that at 228 and change. Go to the next column. Column number 3 is also in Channel View, another 4FB. This is a 4FB minus. We have 1280 square feet. This one with all the appropriate adjustments renders a value of 266 and change. And 133 Channel View renders a value of 266 and change compared to the subject. They're all still homes. They're all 4FB pluses or minuses. And the median value is 263,441, which supports the value of the 247 that we have on the subject. Market value is always relevant to the subject in the year, always. I don't know if we had discussion, I can't say, but we try to reach out to everybody. And so we probably asked the question, well, you know, it looks like it was a sale that it transferred this last year. Was it relevant? You know, I don't know. It wasn't brought up. So the only thing brought up was that thing.
All right. We look at the oh, it's on the water, dark. Yeah, it's on the one side. That picture though. The one's on the right. Yeah, the thing is difficult to get a sense of, Mike, is the majority of the change appeared to be in land. Was that whole area increased significantly?
Yeah, the majority of the value increased from when, yes, it was all done in a similar fashion, meaning that you can go to the left or to the right, and if it's the same size, it's going to be the same value. So the one on the left appears to be the same size.
Yeah, I understand.
Yes, the increase was to the land.
I mean, is there anything that you know of that motivated? Well, that's almost a 30% increase in land value. That just way.
Yeah. We've already, so in a sales transaction, in the analysis therein, you look, okay, it has to either go to the land element or it has to go to the structure value.
Yeah.
And over years past, these are generally older homes that have in different states of renovation. For lack of a better vernacular, we've already hit the structures to a large degree. And let me show you why. If I can go to the card. And when I say hit, we've attributed the value somewhere. And in years past, see that we're already at 120 plus 130 for now. So this cumulative factor, this 107 is kicking out a value improvements of 160. So we're still having market value transactions. So we say, okay, some of that is, like if I went to last year, we probably were like 120 and 125 or something like that, if I were to guess. And so some of that's attributable to the structure, but the rest is just the land. It's just the land element. We might be able to discern that from a vacant land sale, well, it wasn't presented as evidence other than like, I can go through the sales ratio report and see if I can find it. So.
Can we look at the lot next door just to be sure since it's equity that's under,
Yeah.
be sure that it's the same as the one next door.
Yeah, for sure.
The lot to the left.
Can you go pictometry and then just go to the one that's the same size? Is that it? Is that the one next door?
That's
Yeah.
them. That's the property.
Okay, so
That's
So
the
that's the
property
one
next door.
it's 80,000 as well, so I assume it's the same square footage.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see anything that motivates change. Okay.
It's a bunch, but yeah.
They're all the same, they're all the same.
Yeah.
And the effect of, tracking lot, I mean, that may just be a single lot. I can't tell. That whole area is. Yeah. I can't see.
I'm gonna move or make a motion then on case ID 2021-1595. When considering Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal equity value, that the 2021 appraised value of $247,540 remains at that level.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that concludes all the hearings for the docket, for the 10 o'clock docket. If you want to do agenda item 3, we have 2 letters to be read. But
Yeah,
it's
we
up
can
to
do
you.
Let me go to the bathroom first.
You don't need these papers.
No.
You don't have a notepad?
No, just use these. I have what I'm working on.
I'll look at you.
And I was thinking I could run and get one.
Notepad? She looked at me like you.
No, what? But I'll be happy to go get one. If you need one.
I think he's okay.
I'm good. I'm done.
Oh, the notepad? You don't want it?
I could get one later. I'm not using it for now.
Oh, well, I was just gonna. leave it over.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
no,
just-
we're done. I'll get another one back here. I'm good.
Sometimes I'm trying to get little pieces of information that are only in the system to try to help the process. And I ask questions and walk away, give these written answers. So
Victor,
just written answers of like, somebody will put something down and I want an answer to a question because I know it's probably gonna be asked. That's what I'm doing, what I want.
Okay, so you have a letter received the 16th, which was yesterday, property ID 20717 and 33877. Dear Appraisal Review Board, my name is Mary Picarazzi, and I'm the owner of 2 properties in Aransas County. I own 203 Donnie Drive and 311 Griffith Drive. I'm writing to ask permission from the ARB to protest the taxes on my properties late. I don't have any real reason to be late, but I was hoping for some understanding hearts. On April 16, 2021, we were shocked to hear about the sudden death of my brother. He was killed in a motorcycle accident. This life-changing event has taken up most of my attention for the past couple of months. My family is originally from Rockport, but we moved away for school and work. We were recently blessed to be able to buy property here in Rockport. This purchase was made last June, so we've been back in town for less than a year. I know it's not the greatest excuse for being so new to town. I just overlooked the deadline until it was too late.
There's something. on
There's
that.
it's on the back.
Oh, there is. But wait, there's more. So in conclusion, I would like the opportunity to protest my taxes late on the grounds that I was distracted by the death of my brother. And we are new to this process and your deadlines. Again, I know they were not great excuses, but they are the truth. Thank you for your time. And I hope to hear from you very soon. Sincerely, Mary Picarazzi. Phone number and an email address. I'm not, feel sorry for her, but no. Okay. So I move on property ID 20717 and 33877 that we not grant Mary Picarazzi a hearing because good cause was not shown. Yes.
Second.
In favor?
Aye. Okay, this one is we top note first. Aransas County Appraisal Board, to whom this may concern, please accept this protest because I got it in a couple of days late. It's late because my dad, I had to look up 2242 Armstrong. Its online location was hard to find. It's the one that I had that had a burnt down house on it. Signed Lynette Northrop. It was received yesterday. Okay, so then there's another letter that was dated June 4th from Lynette Northrop.
Well,
That's two.
that's,
Oh, okay, that's to her. I'm sorry. Okay,
she
I got
included
it.
all of that in the envelope.
Okay,
That's our response when we receive a late protest.
okay. Do I need to read this? Dear Ms. Northrop, your protest was received in the Aransas County Appraisal Office or postmarked after the deadline to file a protest. You may write a letter to the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board before the appraisal records are approved on July 20th. If you wish to request permission to file a late protest, please include the reason you missed the protest deadline. The Appraisal Review Board will read your letter and make a determination as to whether they will allow a late protest filing based on good cause. You will be notified by mail of their decision. I think she wrote the first letter.
So I gather her original protest was late. We said, sorry.
Yeah.
And then she sent replying to that saying, please.
Yeah, the letter that says Aransas County Appraisal Review Board is actually just the standard response. Whenever we get one in, we always just tell them, you have to write the board. So this is the letter that's generated at that time. And now she's written the letter in yellow on the yellow paper.
Okay. And the excuse was I had to look up 2242 hours.
What is 2222 hours? Is that the property?
It says its online location was hard to find. Now her address is 2038, which would be say down the street a block or so or two. I don't think that has anything to do with that. Okay, so okay, then I move on. Property ID 61742 belonging to Lynette Arthur, that we not grant her a hearing because good cause was not shown.
In favor?
Aye.
Recess till 1:30.
Okay.
Raining yet?
What?
Supposed to rain?
Nope, and you just turn it back on.
Live again. Volume's on, everything's going,
Okay.
except for the camera.
Did you happen to watch any of the swimming last night?
No.
Because they had Katie Ledecky share. The one I enjoy watching the most is the 1,500 meter
Yeah.
freestyle.
Is it qualifying time? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's Olympic draws.
Ray, do you know what the first one is?
I don't, it's,
Oh.
I don't.
Still,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
okay.
Granted, that's a long race, but she won by like 11 seconds. I mean, she was a fool and a half. Wow. And they're talking about how demoralizing it is. If you're one of the other swimmers.
Right.
And she's going this way, and you're still going that way.
And how do you make up 11 seconds?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, some of the underwater shots, she was only kicking with one leg. I mean, it's just.
First one is gonna be the second one on the sign in.
Trevino?
Yes.
10-4.
And we're live with it.
Yes, sir.
267. What, which one?
267.
Page 6.
Is that what it is? 267?
267 is the case number,
Okay.
50446.
Ray,
She's here?
She is here in person,
Okay.
so I'll go back and get her.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
For you too.
Scott Naaman can handle that.
yeah, well, Amy can handle the defenses, but then let's see if he's here.
Well, he'll be here by then, right?
Okay.
I liked it at the previous Olympics, Scott, in the swimming. I can't remember her name, but there was a lady who had returned to the team. She was in her 40s. Can't think of her name right now. Hispanic last name, I think, and she won gold.
Yeah.
She had had kids and then came back, and won an Olympic gold, and she was like 41 or something like that. Yeah.
Well, even
Yeah.
Becky, this is like at least third.
Yeah.
Maybe her fourth Olympics.
Yeah.
For them to stay viable that long is pretty amazing. And what's interesting about Ledecky, yesterday now granted the stuff they play at night is over the period of the day, but she swam a 200 meter freestyle and won that earlier in the day. And then she comes back and does the 1500 meter.
This is Patricia Trevino.
Hello.
Have a seat. We have some administrivia that we have to go through before we start. If you follow along, I'll ask some questions toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-267, account 50446. This hearing is being recorded. The appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is at the table here. Mike is the appraisal district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptab.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest and not communicated with anyone about the protest are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I am not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Patricia B. Davila, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Okay. Now, is the sheet over there for the
The hearing procedures?
hearing procedures?
I've got one right here.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do you hold a
That's
Do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, I don't.
Governor makes me ask that.
Go ahead and just sign there.
Are they easy to get? I'm too old for that.
Okay. Okay, that sheet that is now put over there is the hearing procedures. That's how we'll manage the hearing, and you get to choose whether you speak first or Michael speaks first for the district.
Okay, now do I have to present all my evidence right now? Is that it?
It goes
You
in
have 5
pieces.
minutes.
You get to produce or present your evidence, and then you'll have an opportunity to rebut or to cross-examine the district, and then to make additional rebuttals throughout the time.
Okay, I'll let him go first.
Okay.
Okay, the subject property is in Fulton. It is 108 Broadway Street in Fulton, Texas. Currently have a 3 MV, which is masonry veneer. It's a class 3. We have classes from 1 to 7. 1 is a poor home. 7 is an excellent home, which would make 4 an average home. We have this one as a below average home. We currently have a valuation of $203,740, 90 of which is on the land. You can see that that's lot 9 there. On the next page, you can see the pictometry imagery of the subject property. This is, let's see, that's on Broadway, which is really, if you're looking at that, that's at the corner, almost at the corner of where bench warmers and such is to the left-hand side. Yeah, that's where, and the subject property is in blue. Okay, so there are several things under protest. I believe, what are the things listed on the
Q1, Q2, and then Q5 other.
Q5 other? Okay, yes. And the other is property description is incorrect, and then the other thing that was written on the affidavit of evidence is increase from last year to this year extremely high. So as far as market value is concerned, these are the sales within Fulton. You'll notice that the neighborhood actually says 2026 FE. That stands for Fulton East. These are going to be sales east of 35 in the town of Fulton. You can see that the very first comp is on 7th Street. That sold for $218,000. Now, what's interesting is that one's a better class than the subject, and that's appropriately adjusted. But it's also only 864 square feet. You can see there's a difference in land value because the subject is closer to the water than 7th Street. So there's an adjustment there. When appropriately adjusted, the subject when appropriately adjusted compared to the subject property, that produces a value of 262. The next comp is on, is also in Fulton. This is a 209 East Chaparral, or 209 in Chaparral. That one sold for $210,000. You can see that there's less of an adjustment for the land. The land is more congruent with the subject. It's also 4SS, which is standard siding, frame home. Again, much smaller than the subject, about half the size as the subject. When appropriately adjusted, produces a value of 223.8 or 784. Comp number 3 is also in Fulton East, which is Fulton. This is 211 3rd Street. And you can see that this one sold for $195,000. It's a 4 MBL, which is masonry block. You can see that it's 1,480 square feet compared to the subject of 2,244 square feet. That produces a value of $242,000 when compared with the subject. And here's another one on 6th Street that sold for $183,000. This is a 4 MV, so it's closer in class, but it's about 800 square feet, about 800 square feet smaller than the subject, and that sold for $183,000. When compared with the subject, that renders a value of $231,000. If you look at the median value of all of those sales, that produces a value of $237,000 and change, and that supports the value of the $203,000 and change that we have on the subject property. From an equity basis, all we look at is just other properties. These are not necessarily sales. We try to find other 3s and 4s in the area and make appropriate adjustments. You can see that the rendered value there for equity on a median value is $212,000. Again, that supports the value of the $203,000 that we have on the subject property. Moving on to the sales ratio report. This is the town of Fulton in the time frame listed. And you can see all the pages. How many sales there? 46? 48?
40, it looks like.
40, yeah.
Can I say something?
Yes,
One
ma'am.
moment.
And there's 40 sales there, and I can't read that from here. My thing went blank, so
No.
if you can make that big, please.
You're at 99.9.
99.9 something.
Yeah.
In the town of Fulton. So from a sales comparison, market value, and equity, the value supported.
Okay, ma'am, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes.
Okay, well, you're talking about the land that's valued at $90,000. I have pictures that show that most of the land is, they did that water drainage in front of my house. So it goes all the way around the house. So most of the property is a water drainage area. And I have a picture here that I don't have a backyard. I don't have a backyard. I just have the front yard. And the front yard is maintained by the city. They just came today because I was a little overgrown in the grass, and they mowed the drainage. The drainage is right all in front. I have 1, 2, and then that one right there. That's 3-day drainage. And then you said I was at the corner of, I'm not at the corner of facing where's Hoodats, and I can see them there, catty corner. I'm at the corner of 2nd and Broadway. And
Yes.
this is
ma'am,
a
I said-
picture.
I said near the corner. I'm sorry if I
Well,
wasn't.
you know what though, the place, here's where the corner should have been. The house is blown away by Harvey. And then I have another picture across the street that was blown away by Harvey too. So I'm surrounded by, it's still like devastating to me. And here's another of the drainage, and I have another picture of the drainage. And this is the left part of my house, and it's Captain Benny's right here. And Captain Benny has also built, I have a picture of it. They built really close to my house right here. See, I don't have a backyard. Captain Benny's is my backyard right there. Yeah, right there. See, that's Captain Benny's. He built that shelter, and then he built and that little sidewalk, that's my backyard, you know. So And then also, yeah, see the picture shows, that, and then they added, see, that's Captain Benny's, that little yellow house where his restaurant used to be. And that was the adult daycare, and that was all blown away and hasn't been fixed. And then that was across the street where that seaside, and then across from that, over there is bench warmers and doodads right there. Yeah. And then this is a crack left over from Harvey, because I didn't see it because of all the debris that had gone up in my patio area. And so after everything was cleared, then I saw the damaged area there, and I haven't fixed it yet. And then that's a breezeway, and I think you have it down as a carport. No, you have it down as a covered patio. And it's really not a covered patio, it's just a breezeway to walk from the kitchen to the garage. And then I just want to mention, these were all Zillow. These were all taken from Zillow. And I don't know why I couldn't understand to see if it was a sale or it was houses that they had for sale, because Zillow is a little bit more expensive. If you want to sell your house, go to Zillow because they'll up the price on it. And then on there it said that I had a fireplace in my house, and I don't have a fireplace. And then it says a square. When I bought the house, they told me the square footage was 2,050, and I left that paper at home. I came over here in a hurry. Sorry about that. And also the garage, I measured it. It was 520 square feet. And I also gave y'all some examples of how Bear County does theirs. And I asked for a code so that I could, when I was studying these, that I could know what all of these meant. I had no idea what 3MF is or any of that. M2244 means nothing. I mean, there was no way I could compare, and when I get this is the Bear County appraisal, and they send it, and they send the code for everything, and then they send the houses, they send the value, and they pick out the houses, and then they also send the last, I think they send for each one. I don't see it here though. But anyway, you can look up what last year's appraisal was. On these, you just sent me what the appraisal was for this year and for the taxes, and you didn't send any saying, well, last year, like that house at 107 Broadway, I looked it up, and it was last year, it went up 50,000, I think, too. I think last year was 200,000, went up 50,000. But I mean, and then you have mine down, it's 200,000. And last year it was 159. So I don't know, I think that's a big jump. And, I think that's it for me.
Okay. All right. Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, on the cross-examination side, I don't know if we've had inquiries in the past for the subject property, but I do know that we're carrying a functional in the property already. Like if you look at the card, you go to the property card, and as far as the fireplace is concerned, I mean, no doubt, if there's no fireplace, we take it off, no problem. But if you look at, make that big, the main area is already 30% adjusted for all the problems that I think they've disseminated in the past. It's not feeding like it would be higher. If the problem, does she have a crack in the wall? Okay. Yeah, we've taken a lot, if you look at that number, the number, well, it's hard to tell, but it's originally 150 for that main area. A third of it is taken away from depreciation, but another 30% is taken away for the problems. I mean, we already have a physical
I mean, a functional obsolescence on the house, 70%. You know, as far as the land is concerned, you know, we're only assessing for the things she owns. So she has what's called 3036 or Broadway easement from the city of Fulton in front of her property. She doesn't own that, but we don't assess her for that. It's just maintained by the city, I assume. Yeah, she has drains. I would imagine so, if they're doing some kind of drainage plan. They're maintaining the property in front of her property. So it'd be like they're maintaining the street easement. I think most places have that. Like if you look at property lines, they don't go all the way to the street necessarily. That's all I'll say to that. As far as, you know, market value, I think we've taken into account with that functional already. We're already 30% off on your house, man.
The land, Russell's talking.
Yeah. Yeah, the land, I mean, you can, as far as equity is concerned, you can look at the one behind it or across the street or whatever and look to see what they were last year and what they are this year. It's not information that I provided because I'm just going off of market value. That's what we have. I mean, I think that, let's see, the biggest change was to the land. Yeah. From 56 to 90. I'd be glad if the board wants me to, I'd be glad to look at any land value of the adjacent property. You can go to Pixometry. How much time do I have?
You got about a minute left.
I'm more interested in what you think about the square footage.
Square
On
footage.
here, it's 2244. Young lady says it's should be 2050.
Okay, let's look at the outside dimensions of the property. Let's take a look at that.
So it is a big house, but I'm just saying the realtor sold it to me as 2050.
Okay, try it one more time. That's 40 feet. Okay, yeah. And the front, even with this, like if you don't take the little stick out part, if you just go straight across. Yeah, straight across from one side to, yeah, right there. So 68 by 40. And then there's some stick out areas, of course.
2720.
Yeah, we have a 66-foot length and a 38-foot depth. So we're not over
2508.
we're not over assessing the square footage.
So I have a bigger house than what I thought I had.
Yes.
It's possible. It's possible. It is
They do
possible.
grow some.
That's what I mean.
Question real quick. Did anything change from last year to this year regarding all the parking around you and?
Kathy,
You're not smart.
you guys can't participate.
Inside the
can't you?
house, I did replace some stuff that got damaged in the flood. And I did the back door, I replaced it with a French door. But,
For 2 minutes for rebuttal. Okay, man, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal. If anything you want to ask of the district or say anything, then we'll go to closing.
well, I just think maybe the land value is too much. And, you know, especially since we don't own, you said we don't own all of that around it. And there's nothing in the back, you know, I don't have a backyard. There's a garage, and I have a little bit over on that side of the garage. But I'm sorry, that's.
That's it.
Is it?
Okay. Mike, you have a minute to close then?
Yeah, there's two main things that are protest market value and equity. In both cases, the value is supported by our grids. Again, it's on, you know, a Fulton table as far as land. The land in there is strong, but it's been supported by sales. It's actually a pretty cool area. You know, there's a couple of times a year where it's a pretty hopping place. You know, if you come to the coast and you don't want to be around people at those times, you know, it can be annoying, but if you want to come down and hang out and have a good time, it's a pretty cool place. Being within walking distance of Paws and Taws and all the rest, and you're 2 blocks off the bay. That's all I got.
We love it.
Any final thoughts or?
Well, we'll just have some compassion for me, it's, the taxes are going up every year and I guess next year they'll go up even higher and I'd like to keep my house, I don't want to sell it. I love it. I'm planning on retiring and coming here to live, so.
All right. We have our deliberation time. I guess I would like to look at one of those 3 lots adjacent, just to be sure that the land is the same.
This one here,
No, the one, how about 18928?
this one,
Yeah, that's be the
Right.
one behind the house.
okay. That's the land value, or I can do it like this so you can see it easier.
90,000 then is the same. Okay,
Is that from last year or this year?
this year.
This year.
Well, everybody went up to 90,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question for Mike. On the property card, the improvements features, are those accounted, how are those accounted for in the numbers? Because I see, like, for example, 2,300 shown on fireplace, although it's not clear whether that's fireplace or a sum of all of the features.
Yeah, it's hard because the other features like that are listed down, they're easy to see because there's a multiplicative thing. All of the other features, they're buried in a matrix that was developed a while back and they're an initial cost schedule. So I can't really say without, if you want to know the difference, then all we do is we take off the fireplace because she indicated that it's there and you'll see the difference. You'll see the cumulative difference of what that does.
Okay. And we may get to that in a second. The other question I had, she mentioned something about the breezeway between your house and the garage. And I don't know if that's, I see two things that might be that. And
I can show you the sketch if you'd like.
Sure.
There's one there,
Yeah.
and then there's one at the front of the house.
In front of the house.
Okay, the one to the left that goes to the garage.
Is this bottom one right here,
Okay.
that one.
It's just a covered area.
Covered porch.
Yeah.
It's a breezeway.
$1,100.
It's a roof system. It provides, there's a reason it's there. Provides some value as you're going from one to the other.
I guess in the interest of having a correct property card, I would like to see the fireplace removed.
I have a question for Mike. Is the
You can't,
obsolescence technology around the property taken into account last year?
The market value for the area was taken into account in all previous years. Just all the market forces, obsolescence going up, going down, sideways. Yeah.
Can we look, Mike, and see what the fireplace is coming off?
Yeah, we can take it off right now. She's testified that it's gone.
Okay.
Have you already done it or are you gonna do it?
No, I figured I'm just
Yeah,
do it for all the world to see.
right there.
$202, $250 off of $203, $740.
350, you said?
202, $250.
250.
Yeah, I can't see anything else to change.
All right. So on case ID 2021-267, account 50446, when considering incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, Q5 other, considering the fireplace and the question of square footage. I move that we lower the appraised value from 203,740 to 202,250.
Second.
You can't do that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You were late. That's the problem.
Oh,
We were early, that's right.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you know who used to live in that house?
Yeah, that wins.
Yeah, I'm just checking, just to make sure.
The VDAT win?
I thought you were gonna reduce it, like, because it went from 159 to 271. So that's it.
That's it.
Thank you. Next year I'll have,
The next case that you'll be looking at is 1301.
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you. Bye. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am.
Certain names. That win, even though she used, he was in high school with my wife. She always called him Dat Mugen. Dat Mugen.
You think win, W-Y-N-N.
Yeah, right.
I know, but
1301, you said, right?
Yes, 1301. 1301. 1301. That's it.
So beyond this one, how many more do we have? The 130?
We have at least two more.
Somebody bringing it back?
I will, if you're ready.
You ready?
We're ready.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. The ARV, the appraisal report is seated at the middle table. When we go in, you go to the right, and there's a table where you can both sit.
Okay.
Come on in, you can go to the right there. This is Ethan and Joanne Atzinger.
Hello.
How y'all
Good.
Zeke. We have to sort of administratively to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions toward the end.
All right.
We're opening a hearing on case ID number 2021-1301, account 31691. This hearing is being recorded. We have the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is at the table. Mike is the appraisal district representative in fact. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you given us all your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Kathy, excuse me, I'm Kathy Hopkins, swear that I've not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.7.
I, Bill Dutton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section
.66 account. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your turn.
I, Ethan Atzinger, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Okay, now, ma'am, if you don't swear in, you know you can't
I'm
speak.
not talking.
Okay,
Yes. No, I'm not gonna-
okay, just so you understand. Just so you understand. Mike?
Yes, my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Business District is true and correct.
Do you hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, not even close.
Thank you. There's a piece of paper there somewhere that has the hearing procedures times on it.
Yeah, I printed out one and got this one,
Okay.
so I'm good.
That's how we'll manage the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or Mike goes first.
I would like to go first if possible.
Absolutely. You got it.
All right, can I start?
Yep, 5 minutes.
All right, I'd like to start with, my wife and I are new to Texas, the last year. I was born here and moved back after many years. Quite a shock to us coming from the Midwest with property taxes being what they are. But we got through it. So when I got this in the mail, I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. Because I looked at the previous history and I see it jumped, and I guess something happened 3-4 years ago. So I looked and I saw, well, how could the price of the house jump $50,000 in less than a year, and especially a COVID year? So in my stuff here, that I kind of took some notes on the front page. It basically said when I was looking to buy the house, housing in Texas is high, which I understand. And we finally found a house, and I thought, okay, so I looked at the tax appraisal value, and it was like 330, and I was looking at what prices were going for and what they were offering, and yeah, we settled on the 365 value. I feel I overpaid a little bit, but at the time I needed a house. So I did. Lovely house, lovely neighborhood, all that, can't argue that. So going through there, I overpaid for what the tax value was for the 1 year. So if you kind of interpolate out to the 380 you go through, that's at 163 a square foot, which means that the $19 that I paid over what the tax appraised value was would mean that now I'd be over 400. Now, that's a little bit of a shock to me. I mean, you guys are saying 380 or the district is, and I'm going, well, wait a minute. I paid 365, and you can't jump up 50 grand in a year. So that was my dilemma and why I said I wanted to protest this. So when I look at the evidence on the sheet that y'all sent me, I look and it's the subject house, and then the first comp is me. I paid 365 for it. So as I look through here and I start, comparing square foot, dollar per square foot, that doesn't total everything in the house. We have a small pool, which definitely counts for something. That's what she wanted, and that's what she got. So as I look through here and I look through the houses on sale, and I've kind of kept my eye on it, and the prices haven't really, in my mind, jumped up astronomically. I do not think that I could sell that house for 380 right now if I wanted to. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm not in the market for a house at the moment. So I went to realtor.com, which was also one of the things on your packet, and it says it's worth 356. I'm going to argue with you. I don't think that's right either. I think it's at least 365 because something's worth what somebody paid for it. So that's on the low side, right? And down, I picked another house that was similar that we actually had looked at, same neighborhood, small, actually a little bigger pool, and they got theirs for 345. For whatever reason, I think there's a little bit less square foot, and then basically that's what it's all about, is the square foot of the house, right, the yard. So that's kind of what I was looking at. I looked through some of these comps, and to be honest with you, the 120 pages that had a whole bunch of stuff on it, I don't know what I'm reading, so it probably didn't do me very good at reading. But I kind of glanced through it. So in the package y'all gave me, this looks very reasonable. And the houses were all, I kind of know a little bit how they do comps because I had to do it when I sold my house in Indiana. So I kind of got an idea of it. But when I go back to the page from the district, and I go back, okay, let's go back to 2007. Something rather dramatic happened in the area in 2018. And I wasn't down here then, where the house jumped up more than they did this time. So I'm ignorant of what had happened at that point, but something dramatically happened there and it leaked. And then I happened to hit a year where it leaked yet again. So, and I'm off the fairway I'm looking at, so that's my basis, and I'm not gonna be mad. I'm puzzled, I've never went through this. I tried it in Indiana a couple of times, and they said no, and I actually, on the first one, I bought it really cheap, and then but anyhow, I remember one, I just wanted to see how this worked, and I wanted to understand the process of how a house can jump so dramatically when I felt that I kind of overpaid a little bit in the first place. So I'll rest my case there.
Okay. You might want to explain the storm we had in 2017.
I know about Harvey.
Okay, that's a big influence. on
Oh,
values.
I didn't,
Yeah.
two and two together, okay.
Yeah, the year after the storm, there would have been value change, and then the year after that, there would have been value change for sure. What you're seeing now is more of a market value change. As far as Cross, the subject property owners already testified that they paid the $365 for the subject property. Had it not sold, we would have moved that value anyway because we actually saw it go on the listing. So we actually do our analysis either at the time of the sale or right before the sale, meaning that when people, it's nothing that you did to the house. It's just that they had made it better than it was. And they just put a little love into it. They put a little, they made it better. And so I'm going to give you, for instance, if you had a 1970 house that's 1,000 square feet and a 1970 house that's 1,000 square feet, and they don't do anything to this A property right next door, that they totally redo everything. And I'm giving you a gross example. This one's going to be more valuable because the market reacts to all of those new additions or to the freshening up, to the remodel, whatever. It's nothing that you did, it's just what they did, and you reacted to that. What I'm going to present is that not only is the subject property a marker, but it was an early marker, and then on top of that, other people said, yeah, this is valuable, and this is valuable, and this is valuable. And as a result, you weren't the only one that went up. I've heard everybody in Country Club was affected by market value sales transactions, and so they've gone up as well. So you weren't the only one. So let me go into my evidence right now. The subject property, of course, is in Country Club. You can see that it's Class 6 home, and so it is a 6B, which is a brick veneer, and we currently have a valuation of $380,230. Right now, you move to the comp sales.
You might explain classes.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, sir. A Class 1 is a poor home. You can't even hardly build them anymore because of codes, like building codes, building requirements. Class 7 is an excellent home. A 4 would be right in the middle, an average home. 5 would be an above average. 6 is a good home, and 7 is an excellent home. Yours is a good home.
I would agree with that being the brick. That's one of the reasons I bought it, because it didn't have any damage from Harvey.
There you go. There you go. So in our comparable sales, if you look, comp number 1 is the subject. You can see that it has no, if you can make it bigger one time, Ray, that'd be good. You can see that it has no adjustments because it is the subject. Kind of sold in the middle of the year because you can see late May, so that's June, basically the middle of the year. But he wasn't the only marker there. Is the subject value for that transaction within 6 months or 7 months of January 1 appraisal date? Yes. Is it relevant? Of course. Is it one of many markers? Yes. And let me show you the next one. Comp number 2 is 404 Fairway Oaks, sold for $343,000. Now, what's different about that? The class is different. It's not quite as nice as the subject. It's also a little bit smaller, and the land actually on Fairway Oaks is actually better. So there's an adjustment both ways. One's better, one's worse. All of those appropriate adjustments kick out a value of $380, $391. If you move over to comp 3, you have another one on Augusta. Again, that land on that sale is much better. There's a $50,000 adjustment for that. They must be on the fairway or something like that.
I didn't want to be.
Yeah, and so we recognize that difference and we make an adjustment for it.
This one is also, the house is not quite as nice. It's almost as good, but not quite as nice. So the class is adjusted, but it's also a little bit bigger than the subject. So there's a negative adjustment there.
Where you see class, is that the 6SD?
Yeah, the
Okay,
6MB or 5MB
Gotcha.
plus. And then the size, you can see the size is adjusted for that particular, within that main area. That produces a value with all the garages or lack of swimming pools or anything else. That's 362 and change. Now comp number 4 is 388. That one sold for 388. That one's a 6ST and the subject is 6BB. ST stands for stucco, BB is brick veneer. So it's a pretty good marker. You can see that the land is less valuable than the subject. I don't know if it's just the size or anything else, but it's there's a $21,000 adjustment there. You can see that it's a few hundreds, or maybe not even a few hundred, maybe like 100 and something square feet smaller than the subject, but its effective age is a little bit different. It's about a decade older for that one. You can see when appropriately adjusted for that subject, and compared to the subject, that renders a value of 400,000. Now, I believe the only thing under protest is market value. So what I would say is that, is the sale of the subject relevant? It's always relevant. And this board will tell you that I always say that. Whether it's high, whether it's low, it's always relevant. If it's a true market value transaction, yours appeared to be a true market value transaction, meaning it was on the available market and you were the ones that said, hey, I want that one. So it's a marker for sure. But my question would be, like if this one sold at 365, and so it's $15,000, approximately $15,000 over what we have on it. So the question would be, would this board go to 380 if they paid 395 and been $15,000 over? If the median equity value is all that I could prove? And the answer would probably be no. It's only what the median equity value. So it's just one of many markers. Is it relevant? Yes, of course. I'm never going to deny that. It's relevant. But to speak to that point, this is the sales ratio. We'll continue on and you'll see some pictures. This is the subject. It's a fine home. It's a fine home. But if you go into the what he's scrolling through right there is called the sales ratio report. These are all the sales in Country Club this last year. How many sales?
1.0.
There's 120. That market is hopping. There's 120 sales in that area, and that includes condos. That's everything in Country Club. But I'm at 102 overall, meaning that I'm really close to 100% when you're looking at these at the ratios of what did it sell for as opposed to what is it appraised for. And that's really one of my tests that I'm supposed to do. That's my time.
Yes. Okay, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it under 4 minutes.
I tend to agree with what you're saying. One thing I've noticed, and she looked at most of them, over 100 homes down here. I was trying to find a place. Newer ones, I less like quality of construction, less, period. That one was phenomenal. So I get it in the years, and that's what I was looking for, believe it, 80s or 90s when I got down here and started looking. So what you're saying is, even though I bought it for 365, and I believe they were selling it for more, they had more on it, and I made them offer me compromise. So what you're saying is it went up because of the real estate values are somewhat climbing. So I thought I had heard somewhere that they can only raise the value a certain percentage per year. I know it's not California to 1% or whatever. But
Yes.
isn't there
that's a great question. So homesteaded properties, is your primary home now?
Yes.
And so, but you didn't own it on January 1 of 20 because you bought it in May.
Yes.
So your homestead is in place on January 1 of any given year. So January 1 of 21, which is this year, from this year to next year, let's say just hypothetically, the market went crazy and values doubled. And it went from 380 and change to $700,000. Your assessed value could only go up by 10%. The market value can do whatever it wants, but your assessed value can only go, and that's what people hear is the 10%.
If it goes to that, I'm selling.
Right. I'm just giving you a
Yeah, no,
gross
I'm
example.
glad you're explaining. it,
Yeah.
Because when I come in, I was like, I was upset when I read the letter because I'm trying to adjust with the tax rates down.
Right.
And Texas has got its benefits, and this is one of those that coming from another state. It's not, but I understand, I like the money goes local. I do love that, because I do not have to take everything. Okay, so if, what you're telling me, if it's appraised now at 380, and I go to sell it, so my little marker here says, okay, if I paid $19 more a square foot, and they were asking for that, so if I had it, then the value goes up, I should ask over 400, and I don't see that selling, because they do sell a lot in there, and I kind of watched a little bit,
Right.
and I know the pull ad some, especially those who want to build one, which we kind of red line on, is high maintenance, but, okay, wow. So, and it's happening all over the country club? Is this a Rockport phenomenon, a Texas phenomenon?
I think it's a Texas phenomenon. I mean, we hear stories from Austin and San Antonio that blow Rockport out of the water. But
Really?
Rockport is hot right now as well.
My palm trees are gone, by the way. That's one of those improvements.
I know.
Froze.
I know.
We all lost them.
Yeah. Well, I'm, okay, you've explained it, I now understand it. I'm still a little shocked, because if it's 380, then I should be able to sell it for at least that.
Yes, sir.
And, I don't know that I could, but I don't know, so.
Yeah.
What, they raised my taxes, what, 500 a year or something?
I don't.
Something, it wasn't, it's not dramatic. I wanted to see how
I
this
don't have the figure in front of me.
process worked, and I don't want to say I agree, but dang it, I understand it.
Yeah. And the difference between my value that I purport
20 seconds.
and the value that you pay for it is 4%. So
Yeah.
I don't know. If I had to guess, you were coming right at the end of when things were opening back up COVID-wise, and then everything got hot through the middle of the summer, and it's been on fire ever since, if I had to guess.
No, that makes sense, because at the time, there wasn't a whole lot of shovels.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Mike, you got a minute to close?
What I would say is the subject property owner brought you good evidence. He paid $365 for the property. I got $380 based on including his sale and adding other data points. It's nothing that he did. The subject property owner before him made it better. He reacted to that sale, and he's one data point of, what did we say, 120 in Country Club? It's just, it's the market. It's nothing you did. It's just the market's moving.
I'm told by my government, we don't have inflation, it's transitory.
Oh,
I cry foul.
They're lying
Not
to you.
this one, not this person.
Yeah, well, yeah, all right.
Okay, you have a minute. Any final thoughts?
No, I
Tell
want to
us.
thank, this has been actually a very pleasant experience. I didn't know what I was going to get into when I was going in, but you explained it well.
Thank you.
I'm not necessarily 100% in agreement, because I don't want any more dollars coming out of my pocket. But you
Understood.
made your case pretty good. And I'm okay with it, I guess.
Okay.
So, district supported the, okay. So, on case ID 2021-1301, account number 31691, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value at $380,230.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I will say this, as someone who lives in the country club and has a very similar house to yours, I feel your pain.
Well, I've told my wife, even if I paid it off, my mortgage is still $1,000 a month for the rest of my lives. So that's a problem that the country's gonna have to figure out. But
Also, you need to watch this space, because what we deal with here are appraisals. After all the tax rolls are certified, then the taxing entities actually set their rates.
And there's public hearings for those.
Right. So it's possible that your tax bill may not go up.
politicians. Ain't gonna
Hey,
happen.
It's, they look at dollar amounts and they say, okay, we've got, even though our tax base went up this high, we don't need to go up commensurately. And it's happened that way here.
But
Okay?
it's rare, but
Thank you all.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next,
You said you were originally from Texas, where from?
Houston,
Oh, no.
we kept on marrying her, we lived all over the country, and this opportunity to come to Texas, like, we're going to, I don't know, Houston, so I was born here, I don't know. I showed her it was across from campus, she's like, let's go.
Yeah, when we moved here, we moved to Houston as well. We lived there for about 5 years.
It's so hot.
And I'm telling you, it's hot here too, but at least we get.
We gotta win.
Yeah,
we've been everywhere.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was
Thank
actually
you.
quite
Y'all have
pleasant.
a wonderful day.
You too, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Next up.
Next up is 1548. Amelia LaRue is here in person. 1548.
Page 8.
Which is after page 7.
Oh, and let's get her.
Yeah, it's amazing. Man. Okay. See you tomorrow.
There's a discussion of income tax. State income taxes. It's like, oh, no,
I know, it
no,
comes up from time to time.
but if your property taxes are kept low because you have a state income tax,
Right.
but based on your working years, while you're working, you pay a tax. When you quit working, you pay only a lower property tax for the rest of your life. Or as long as you own the property.
Right.
So there's a little bit of a case to be made on state income tax, but I still don't like the whole.
Another tax that's gotta come from somewhere, but
And all the people I know that live in
Evidence
places
in the chat
with
room.
state income taxes, at least in the northeast New York, their property taxes are astronomical.
Yeah. Oh, my sister-in-law has fairly nice piece of property in the middle of Manhattan.
Oh, yeah.
And she can live there.
Scott, she has a little evidence on paper, and then she has a
Property
thumbnail.
taxes.
You can go ahead and start.
Oh, okay.
Charlie is going to the bank. People all came to my office, and they're all paying state income tax, city tax, borough tax. They're all paid. They pay 4 income tax.
So do we know who this
And
is?
one property tax.
Yes, LaRue, it's gonna be
If
Amelia
you're a
LaRue.
young kid up there, I don't know how you can do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
case 1548.
Yeah, my niece and
Hate
nephew
restarting
live
over
up there, and you're just like, you could never get
This is.
out from behind the 8 ball.
Oh, Jason Bagley. is
Between
in the
renting
right-hand
And then
Okay.
they had a car, they needed a car.
I'm like searching for.
There's 5 taxes on the car. Tire tax, battery tax, gas tax, sales tax.
Right, so if you have a number of.
Yeah, it's 66150. 1548 is the case. Amelia LaRue is here.
Okay.
Finger on it.
Yeah, that's another tax.
Okay, let's rock and roll.
What's the next one?
Amelia LaRue, 1548.
AJ.
Q2. Where's the? Oh, it's the tab. I figured there's a little.
There's a tab that's.
A little section of, there's a little thumb of,
When you go
they
up-
say.
When you go up,
That's in range.
yeah, exactly. If you go up 188,
This is Amelia LaRue.
Hello, Ms. LaRue.
this place is to the right or to the east of 188. Call.
Okay. Yeah.
Ms. LaRue, we have some minutes trivia to go through before we get started. As I go through it, I'll have some questions for you near the end.
Sounds good.
Okay? We're opening a hearing on case ID number 2021-1548, account 66150. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the appraisal board. The appraisal district sits up there. Mike Soto will be representing the district here shortly. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. This will be in a letter that you'll get after this hearing by snail mail. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all your evidence?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now you have B members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Happy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Ware, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your turn.
All right, I, Alma LaRue, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Are you a Texas licensed appraiser?
No.
The governor makes me ask that question. You should have a piece of paper right up there that has the hearing procedure times on it. That's how we'll manage the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or Mike speaks first for the district.
Okay, I guess I don't mind speaking first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay. And then I guess y'all have the PowerPoint or all presentation.
Yeah, they're gonna put it up there.
Perfect, okay. Okay, so hello, my name's Alma LaRue. I'm property owner of 608 Refugio Taft Road in Taft, Texas. I'm gonna give you a quick rundown of kind of where the property is located, just some facts behind it, and then kind of run through the comparables that were provided with the evidence and kind of why I thought they were potentially not a fair comparable. So the property size, is just a little over 2 acres. It's currently undeveloped land. It's not located in any subdivision, and there certainly is any homeowners association there. There aren't really any permanent structures out there. So far, we've built a fence and just a driveway to kind of access the property. And then just from recent sales I've seen in the area, the property value per acre is around $9,000 to $12,000 an acre. But again, there's no permanent structures on this property. Let's see. Just give you an idea of location, we're pretty much about 20 minutes away from the closest grocery store, so we're a little farther out. We're about 20 minutes away from everything though, from Refugio, Portland, or Rockport. It's an equal distance. And so the land, the market value that was provided was $36,160. In my opinion, is $26,907. And so we can move on to the next slide. And so provided was for the comparables here, these were all on Sunrise Drive in Rockport, Texas. Each of them were about 2 acres, although the property was located in Sunset Bay subdivision. These properties do have an HOA, which is, I believe, certainly an immense value just because you can kind of keep the drifters out. What else? Some of the amenities when you do purchase the land in the subdivision is there's a fishing pier, there's a parking lot for that fishing pier, a picnic pavilion, some walking trails. And then I guess we can move on to the next slide. We keep talking about them for a little bit. Sunset Bay community also has multiple committees to try and show the well-being of the community. So it's definitely an upside to being in the subdivision.
They are close to the city, so it takes me about 20 minutes to get to the closest HEP, and for them, it takes them only about 12 minutes. From looking at Realtor.com, currently it's about 75,000 for a 2-acre lot in that area. So that breaks down to around 37 an acre. And then due to their community fishing dock, they're only about 0.4 of a mile from the closest bay. And then we can move on. So then this was the last comparable that was given. This property is also only, it's 2 acres. It is located in Cape Valero Estate subdivision. They don't have an HOA association though. And they are much closer to the city. It's hard to see on the map, but it's only 10 minutes away from the closest HEP, I guess. And the land market value was $30,490 for this one. And then I guess you can flip to the next page. And so this just kind of gives you an over idea of where these comparable properties are and where my property is. So 608 Revere Attack Road is the furthest left. And then Sunrise Road, Rockford, Texas is kind of further to the right. And then the other one was closer to Rockford up there. And so I believe that these aren't very comparable, mainly because my property is certainly not in a subdivision or community. It's in Taft, Texas, not Rockport, Texas. And generally where I live, it's very undeveloped. My closest neighbor is about a quarter of a mile away, and they live in a trailer/mobile home. And so, pretty much all I have to say.
Is that off the Bayside Road?
Near Bayside.
No, I'm saying, is Revere Shaft Road, is it off of the Bayside Road? Or do you take 188?
So it's, Pocket Park Road.
Okay.
And then there's also Every Island on the other side, and there's that road that connects them that's linked together. You see where that is?
But that would be off the, I don't know the number of the highway, but it's the, you turn right on off of 188.
This I think is the road, this is 188,
Yeah.
and this is the road that goes up to Bayside.
Yeah, I think it's 136.
Yeah.
Not very much.
Yes, you're right.
So you are off the base, the road that goes to Bayside and
Yes, sir, I
eventually
apologize.
Revere.
Okay, Mike, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right, the only thing under protest is equity. For cross-examination, the subject property did sell this last year. The information that we have is 36,000. Is that what you paid for it?
Yes.
Okay, do you want, okay, so that's incorrect.
Yeah, I did not pay 36,000 for it.
Did you pay less than that?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to tell us what that is?
It was around 26,000. I think it was very close to 26,907. I'd have to.
Okay, so she's on the record. Our information said 36,000, but the second property owners indicated that she paid 26,000 for it. And I think that was her assertion as well, is that from an equity standpoint, she believes it should be 26. Is that what I heard?
So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's not under protest. The only thing under protest is equity. Let's go ahead and bring this up, and I'm going to show the pictometry imagery. Go ahead and pull this up real quick. Okay. So I have 36 subject property owners under, has testified that she's only paid 26 or somewhere around there. This is where it's at. So you are right. This is that corner. This is the Pocket Farm Road. So 188 is actually further down here. So it's like here, and then you go here to Bayside. So now that we've shown this, we can show pictometry. It's kind of out by itself. I mean, it's on a, keep going.
So surrounding land is ranch land, not farmland?
Yeah, for sure. Farmland.
It is farmland.
Farm and ranch. It depends on its productivity. A lot of these properties, I will say, are agged out. I mean, they're ag properties. This is this is 188 right here. And this is the corner where they sell the produce and stuff like that. And then you come up here, and then you go pocket, and then you come right here. So this is this. And she's right, the nearest neighbor she has, there's some nice houses in here, I think. But then these are like trailers, I think, right over here. So I want you to look at the screen and understand my problem to try to get equity comps. They're the smallest dot, and we've zoomed out 3 times, right? Or something like that. She's not like the water ones up there. She's not like these down here, in my opinion, on 188. This is the closest stuff we've got right in here. And I think that's where we pulled our land table from, you know? So I had to go to the close. These right here, they're small, but they're water. So she's not like that. So I had to go as close as I could. I could have pulled some stuff from here and Sunrise. I just don't have anything. I mean, that's the closest I could pull. And I tried to pull 2-acre comps, and that's what I did. So we'll go back to my evidence. Again, the only thing in the protest is equity. For the record, the best I could do on the sales comparison approach with comps, and this is with hers being 36. So if you threw this one at 26, you'd have a 26, a 25, and a 30. 26, 25, and a 30. Your median would be 25 and change, like almost 26. So from an equity comp standpoint, I've got 36, but I'm using Sunrise. That's all I've got. I mean, subject property owner has a pretty good case. She's testified it sold for 26. I don't have great comps. I don't know what to tell you. So that's why they pay you all the big bucks.
Yeah, right.
I don't have anything further.
Okay.
207.
907, I think.
I can look at the exact number.
That
Yeah,
would
that'd
be
be
helpful.
helpful.
That would be helpful.
Does the board have any further questions of me?
I have one question with, and I see where you get your comparables. And my question would be, are those comparables on the same land table where you can adjust for size or use?
No, these are the Sunrise ones that she talked about. I was trying to find 2-acre lots. That's what I was
Okay.
trying to find.
So to take from say a 200-acre piece that's around her, to take a price per square foot and do the, shrink it.
I
down
could
to
show you
2
the land
acres.
table, and I could show you that the one on the next or close or on a different land table. But all it's gonna show you is that at a very small price per acre, a very small acre, it's 17.5. That's all it's gonna say.
Okay,
So it's gonna tell you our value.
okay.
Amelia,
Yes.
didn't you have it up there on one of your pages? The value?
Well, your suggested value was derived from,
I believe that's the exact number for what I paid. I just want to make sure.
26,
Okay.
907.
907.
Yes, sir.
That's close enough for me.
Okay.
Good.
906.
About 900.
No, I'm just.
900.
Would you, so I guess I can ask this question. Would you accept that value?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're done here then, right?
We're done.
Okay,
Make your
so,
motion.
Good presentation.
on case ID 2021-1548, account number 66150, when considering Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level appraisal or equity value of the property, I move that we lower the 2021 valuation from $36,160 down to $26,900.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Done.
Thank you.
Thank
That was easy enough.
Good presentation.
Last question. Where's Von Army? Von Army, Texas.
Where is it?
Where is it?
It is kind of south of San Antonio, near Somerset, if you know where Somerset is. And it's also really small. I went to high school in Somerset.
Really? Oh, wow.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you.
And that's it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Do you remember the layout? Bye-bye.
Next is case 1644 in person. We will have one more case on the 3 o'clock, on the 1:30 docket after this one.
Okay.
And it would be, I believe Paul Aston that is here. There's one person here.
Okay. Bring them on.
Okey doke. No, they're in person. That's
Buds. It's a public utility. They can do it.
Is this the place to making high dollar payments to the pub?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't want to come in?
Hi, this is Paul Aston.
Hello.
Hi.
And you'll have a seat right over there. Yes, sir.
Okay, can you do, yeah, just go ahead.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter.
Okay,
If you just follow along with me,
okay,
I'll have some questions toward the end for you.
okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1644, account 71036. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. The board is at this table. Mike Soto will be the appraisal district representative at the back table.
Okay.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. You submitted all your evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. ARB members who considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your turn.
I, Paul Aston, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Ammon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Apparently I was mistaken. It's not Michael Soto, it's Eamon Burke.
Right.
Okay.
You hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas. Are you an appraiser?
No, sir.
Okay. You have the sheet of paper up there.
Procedure types.
That's the hearing procedures.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're gonna follow throughout the hearing.
Okay.
And the first thing you get to do is pick whether you go first or the district goes first.
I would like to go first.
You may. 5 minutes.
Begin?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My property is 114 Reserve Lane. And I have I want to talk about the land and also the improvements. The land is valued at $27.84 a square foot. And in my neighborhood, I have given y'all a list of the lots and properties that are also appraised at $20 a square foot. And so I am asking you to look at my value of my property at $20 a square foot, which would give me a deduct of $64,190. On the improvement side, I have given y'all 3 homes that have closed within the last year. These homes are the same property, same home as mine, built by the same builder during the same time period. 2 of the houses sold for $585,000. One sold for $611,000 or $610,000. And so I took the improvement value that was used by the district, and they did use the MLS figures of the closing prices of the properties, and divided by the square foot, came up with the square foot price per square foot for improvement, averaged them to $242 a square foot. My home being 1,657 square feet, the difference would be another $23,440, which would bring the proposed value down to $563,780.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say at this time?
No, that's all I have.
Okay. So Ammon, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
So in Exhibit B, you have the improvement values. That's just the sale price minus our land value, right?
Right, that's your breakdown. I used your value for improvements and came up with a per square foot price. And those are all based off of your figures.
Oh, okay, so this isn't indicated by these sales. It's our. That's our.
Well, I
improvement values.
think actually what happened was y'all picked up the price that these homes sold for because it's exactly the same as what they sold for.
It's ARB values.
The value.
Okay.
ARB values.
Sure.
And then- okay, that makes sense. All right, well, we'll present our stuff real quick. There's a little bit to think about there. So this is account 71036, single family residential house on Reserve Lane. It was noticed last year at $604,980. This year it was noticed at $652,410. See a picture of it. It's in the north part, the area, sorry. The north part of the reserve towards the entrance where it's really built out. There's not as much vacant lots up there. All right, let's look at our comps. So comps start with 120 Reserve Lane, and we have the sale at 617. Why is it actually different in this one? Interesting. This is, give me just a second, sorry. I'm doing 2 things at once right now. Okay. So if the subject was to sell like 120 sold, the indicated value for the subject would be 650,548. So it's basically right on top of our market value. You see they're both really similar in size, built in the same year, ton of congruency. 123 reserve lane sold also for 585. Nice. So the indicated value for the subject at that is 627,312. The reason for the difference is there's a little bit more land and they're slightly different in size.
David, this is a Q2.
Oh, no. So Q1 isn't checked at all?
No.
No.
Got it. Okay. I'll speed through this then. And then comp 3 is 121 reserve lane, indicated value is 630. So that's the median, 630,590. The equity grid. So this is what's being protested is equity. 120 reserve lane is noticed at 619,450. It is the exact same size, building wise, 1,657 square feet, same class. Looks like pretty much the same house. It's a little bit different in some exterior ways. The land element is smaller, so the subject just has a little bit more land. So the indicated value would be pretty much exactly what we have, 652,410. Comp number 2 is 123 reserve lane, and it is slightly smaller than the subject, and it was built 1 year newer. It was noticed at 605. It has a little bit less land and a little bit less living area. Indicated value for the subject is 647,692. Last is 121 reserve lane. It's a good bit smaller compared to the other comps. And land-wise, it's just a bit smaller. It's 210, or it's 7,057 square feet. Indicated value is 630,000. So our median on equity is 647,692, and that last one is the one that's pulling it down. The equity value is $5,000 less than the notice value. And then the last thing is a sales ratio report for this area, and we're at 1.01. Which means in the average sale, our number is 1% high. Kind of makes sense with the rest of what we've been seeing. Let's see here. Yeah, from an equity perspective, there's obviously some wiggle room. There's a margin of error in these things. It's the nature of paired comparison analysis that higher value things are going to look like they need to be downwardly adjusted a little bit, and lower value things will look like they need to be up a little bit. There's a margin of error, and this is well within our 5% margin of error. But, that's our equity grid shows 647?
Yeah.
647,000. Was this purchased recently? No. Okay. I'm done, but I'm going to go back and look at the taxpayer evidence real quick.
Okay. Question for you.
Okay.
We've seen homes in this neighborhood before, and there's two different land tables.
Okay. Oh, because one's in the
Somebody has to
play
be,
and one's not?
yeah, somebody has to be that first lot.
Yeah, sure,
in
right.
In the next land table. Is it this gentleman?
Don't know.
Okay.
Let's see. I will say that part of the reason.
Oh, no, it's probably not,
No,
no.
the first one is way over here.
It's way down there, okay.
Yeah, part of the reason the price per square foot further down in the reserve is less is because they're larger lots.
Okay.
And the smaller ones, it just ends up being that there is an economy of size. There's a base size that's a footprint of a house, and below that the value doesn't shrink anymore. You can't buy a a 10-foot by 10-foot piece of the reserve for $600 because nobody will sell it to you. So these ones up at the front do sell for more per square foot, but they sell for less overall. The ones down at the bottom with a better view and bigger lots.
Right.
It's more money, it's just less.
Guess I'd like to look at a land table during our time. We don't have to do this. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes if you need them.
So I guess the cross-examination is if you've got a property that closed 2 or 3, 4, 6 months ago, you're still gonna add to the value of that property for this tax year? I mean, isn't that within the window of what value is?
Don't think I understand your question.
Okay, so you, on your chart, you showed, let's take 121 across the street. But the house sold for $585,000.
So
what, I think it was 121, I gotta get, anyways. Yeah. But the value that you're assessing it at is quite substantially more than what it sold for. And so my question is, how do you do that? I mean, if it's been on the market and it's sold for a price, how do you 6 months later say it's worth 10% more?
Good question. The reason that wasn't addressed was because the market value is not being protested. So the only thing being protested is equity. And because of that, that was what I was focusing on. It was just equity.
Were you saying my protest?
Yes.
That's what we were instructed. I was instructed.
So did I fill my protest out incorrectly? That I didn't think, I thought I filled it out, that I felt like the assessed value is overvalued past market.
So that would be the first box, what they call Q1, which is my property is appraised over market. Basically, the number's too high.
And that's not what I did?
No. The second
What
one
did I
was
do?
checked. It's that your appraisal exceeds the median of similar properties. Basically, you're overvaluing my house in a way you don't do to other people. Everybody else, you put them at this.
My bad. I screwed up.
I understand, but that's why I didn't get into that at all. I will point out that the sales that we use indicate the net negative adjustment for the subject property on a market basis. And the reason is it can be above, it can also be below. There's a tolerance to, because the market price is not one exact number. It's constantly changing, and there's no rules that stop anybody from paying more or selling for less. There's nothing to restrict that. So somebody can walk in and pay $900,000 for this place, and nobody's gonna stop them from doing it. But someone can also sell one for $300,000, and no one's gonna stop them from doing it either. So you can buy above or below market. The point is we're doing a mass appraisal of the entire county.
I understand.
You know, so we're just looking for what.
You got a big job.
Yeah.
I just thought that I was walking in, showing evidence what the homes are selling for.
Right.
And that I feel like that should be the price that I'm assessed. So I obviously did my protest incorrectly. Maybe I need to hire professional help next time.
Well,
it's just amazing to me that.
Check all the boxes.
Check everything.
Check
it all.
But you did give us a good piece of evidence on equity here, and I'd like to check something.
Yeah,
Here.
yeah.
On his table here, where he's got his land shown as 2784 a square foot.
Okay.
Well, that's right, we're not our time.
Whose time is it?
It is his 4 minutes,
How much is he have?
6 seconds.
I'm done.
Okay. Okay, you have 2 minutes, David, for rebuttal if you need them.
Okay, I'd
Otherwise,
like
we'll
to
go close.
cede my 2 minutes to you to do whatever you want to. So let's look at the land table.
Okay, I would like to look at the land table here, because just to satisfy why his is 27 and everything else is 20.
Sure.
You know, is it an economy of scale thing?
All right. So that looks like it says. Does it say 3275?
Says 3275.
Okay, so yeah, let's get the,
Oh, and it's adjusted at 85%. Okay.
so go to the neighboring property. And it looks the same, right?
Okay, so everybody's adjusted.
We'll go ahead and go to the other side, just.
Yeah, let's look at 120, 121, or 123.
I think they're all at the same price.
Yeah.
You have to get farther down the street before they drop to 20. And that falls out of the public utility district also. When they drop to 20.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a lot of reasons why that number is different. Interesting.
Okay. So he
So,
is,
yeah, he's just on the same land table as
Comparable to
everybody else. There is gonna be a discrepancy in land value between the improved type properties up in the PUD and the ones further down for a lot of reasons.
Down here is where they fall into the 20
yes.
range.
It's because they're bigger, and so there's an economy of size. They're in different jurisdictions as far as the PUD. They are not developed, they're not improved, so they sell differently. You know, the attributable value of a lot with a house on it is not always exactly the same.
My chart was just properties with houses on them. I only
Right.
presented that. I didn't give you vacant lots for the $20 a square foot comparison.
Right. But I'm just saying, the way we get to our number for that land down there has to do primarily with a mixture of vacant land sales and improved sales, where the building's abstracted out.
So where is, I mean, I see his.
I mean,
114.
take a look at,
Where's 121, 120, and 123? Where, just point them out.
those are.
21 and 23 are directly across the street.
Okay.
And then,
They're
the other house is
downside.
two houses down. You can see all those houses look identical to each other.
And I'm assuming that the ones across the street would be more expensive because they're on the water.
They're on St. Charles.
So, Scott, can you look up 220 reserve land for me? PAD 67332. So, what's it say, 20, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the overall value of the land? I can't read it.
224,770.
224,770, okay. And that's for how many square feet?
11238.48.
Okay, there you go. Really? So 1,100 square feet?
No, 11,000.
11,000.
Oh, 11,000.
Okay, 30. Got it.
So that's a $20 square foot.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Much less.
That's the one that's down in the other part.
Just which side of the street you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at a minimum, it's 647, 690.
Right.
But,
Yes.
and I assume we can't consider the sales comps.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so want to go straight to the end or you give them a closing?
646, give it, well,
Does anybody have closing?
Yeah, anybody have closing? You got anything you want to say for closing?
I have a question. Is he, I'm just curious, is he allowed to like resubmit a protest for a different reason?
no.
Okay.
You got 1 minute if you want it for any final
Well,
thoughts.
I would pray that you don't
punish me because of my stupidity, filling out the
Well, we just can't
form
consider-
incorrectly.
we
I
just
think the
can't
big
consider-
basis that brings me in here is that homes are selling for 585 and 611,000. They're exactly like my home, and yet I'm being appraised at 650,000. And I would hope that I could maybe have an average of those sales and get a $593,000 appraised value.
Okay.
647, 690.
Okay. Okay, so on case ID 2021-1644, account number 71036, when considering Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 evaluation from 652,410 to 647,690.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. You're done.
Mr. Aston, thank you.
Coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Sure.
So what is the?
Good catch.
Sorry?
Robert caught the fact that it was only a Q2.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Good. I didn't catch it either. Wasn't looking.
Good catch, Robert.
Okay,
I'm not sure it would have changed anything.
this will be the last
Come
one.
down maybe to 630.
Okay.
Just based on the sales comps.
Is the last one in person or the last one?
Is this Mr.
On the
Bagley?
130 docket.
Okay.
Okay.
Just the last one on the 130 docket. We have 3 o'clock waiting. But this is Jason Bagley. He, I've noticed, is in the waiting room of Zoom. He did not request a Zoom. He does have an affidavit in place.
Okay.
If the appraisal district and the ARB agree, we will admit him into Zoom.
I'm happy with that.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So Scott, oh, have I given you the case number?
No.
Okay.
1885.
1885. Yes,
How many are there for the 3 o'clock?
2 right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's the count number, please?
It is 25952.
All right, I'm gonna
You
let,
should have that
I'm gonna
sign
admit,
in.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna admit Mr. Bagley.
Hello, Jason.
Nothing's happening yet. I hit admit and he just went, there he goes.
It's curious that the last several that we've done have just.
Mr. Bagley?
been Q2s.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jason. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing, Ms. Powers?
I'm getting along.
Yeah, see,
We have some administrivia to deal with before we get to the meat of the matter.
Certainly.
If you'll follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you toward the end.
Okay.
We are opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1885,
is it possible to see that?
account 25952. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board. We'll be hearing your protests today. You can see us. We're at the center table is the review board. And over in the back of the room is Eamon Burke, is the Appraisal District Representative. And your picture just went away. We do not work for the Appraisal District. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. This will be in a letter that you'll receive after the hearing is completed. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Jason, do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, sir. Any pictures that I'm submitting, and I believe I submitted a second page that had just some other pricing on it.
Okay, it's just that we can't introduce something after the hearing begins. That's
Okay.
ARB members who are considered in the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66. Yeah.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Jason, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
And I, Ian Burke, do solemnly swear that from the testimony you shall present the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District true and square.
Jason, do you hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have handy the hearing procedure times chart?
Yes, sir.
Very good. You'll see that there's two sets of columns there. And it determines, you get to determine whether you go first or Eamon for the district goes first.
The district can go first.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Jason, hold on just a second.
Sure.
You say online signature.
Right. So
They only can specify Q2?
no.
No.
They can either fill out a protest form or they can do it online.
Yes.
But the protest form trumps the affidavit. Okay. So he filled it out online. Filled it out as Q2.
Okay.
Which is it's a box that you check.
I understand.
So
It'd be nice to be able to see that.
well,
That's
whatever
okay.
is on here is going to be whatever box you
Okay,
check.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
So
Jason, did you want to go first or you want Eamon to go first?
The district can go first.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so this is account 25952. It is a residential kind of a cottage in Lamar. The market value last year was 49,000, but on the nose. Which is a little interesting, probably some sort of something going on there. Not normal for it to be an exact number. The value this year was 63,200. There is a note in the general there. It says remove to distribute value. So I'm assuming that there was a distributed value from before, probably related to purchase price. Scott, how many years was that thing? 49,000. Just for 19 and 20. Okay, so yeah, it was likely
RPC.
ARB. So then the next is a picture of the aerial showing you this little row of cottages. They're pretty congruent with each other next to the boat ramp there, which this was apparently, photo was taken on a pretty good day for fishing. A lot of boats there. And it's the one in the middle. It's not a good one. All right, so we have a sales grid, which I'll go through quickly. We have sales of
Q2.
right. I'll still present it. So we have the sale of 16 4th Street, 11 4th Street, and then 11 St. Charles Bay Drive. That's a much more recent sale. The first 4th Street sale is before the hurricane. But the question is, how much are people paying for these small little properties in the park? The median indicated value is $60,000. The equity grid shows other properties that are in this complex to see if we're appraising them like subject. If we just look at it really generally, because they're all going to be 2 FBs, they're all going to be 480 square feet. We've got one for 67,000, 1090, one for 66,000, one for 67,000. The subject is 63,000. The difference is carport. The other ones have carports, and this one doesn't have. They're all pretty old. Age-wise, they're kept up with each other. There's not any of them that are completely destroyed. One of them is brand new. They're all pretty contiguous. So equity-wise, we're just treating this thing like we are everything else. The reason it increased so much from last year was the removal of that distributed value. It was not a real number. The sales ratio report shows how we're doing in Lamar. We are at 1.00. And that is it. It's revenue.
Based on 43 seconds.
All right, Jason, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
So just keep going for the total?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Burke, was that it? Was that your name?
Yes.
Okay. So am I asking you directly questions for 2 minutes? Is that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So you had mentioned that there was a removal of a distributed value. Is that what you had said?
Yes.
And what does that mean? What is a distributed value?
It's when you force a property's value to be a certain number without any method behind it. There's nothing calculated to create that number.
Okay.
The value was set at an ARB determination in 2018.
Yeah.
And then, or 2019, sorry. And it sat there for 2 years and then it got taken out. It wasn't a real, there's nothing creating that number other than that is the number that was assigned to this property.
Gotcha.
So we can't leave those in the system because it's not actually like any kind of mass appraisal. It's just forcing.
Sure. Okay. And so then on the 2 4th Street properties that you referenced on the sales, how are those comps? I guess was what I was trying to figure out. Is it from a house size? Is it from a lot size? Is it from?
Yeah, I mean they're really similarly situated. I mean, if somebody was going to go buy yours or theirs, I can't think of what would be better other than other ones in your little complex, which there have been. People just keep these.
So in referencing or comparing properties, do you take into account properties, whether it was part of the hurricane or not, properties that have been updated, interior, exterior, anything like that in comparison?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So so are you thinking that in our little row, kind of cabins 1 through 9 are all very similar?
But yeah, as far as we know.
Based on that, I think you just had the picture up, that satellite image. Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not. I'm sorry, I thought you were going somewhere. It's not just based on a satellite image.
Well, no, yeah, I was looking at the picture that was up there.
Yeah.
In a row there. Okay.
What makes a comp a good comp is kind of part of being appraised. I think these comps are really good. So 16 4th Street is pretty old. 11 4th Street is also pretty old. It's not really that old in terms of years. It's old in terms of era. It was before the hurricane, and the housing supply has shrunk. And, you know, these houses, they all needed new roofs, but the roofs were all destroyed. So property values have just gone way up. I don't think that you'd actually be able to buy one of these for 50 grand anymore.
Yeah, well, and
You can see somebody just bought that one in 2020. It's 610 square foot park model for $100,000.
yeah, and that's in no way close to what mine is. I have a 0-bedroom house, and that is at least a 1-bedroom house. And so I think that's, if I look at the property size alone, right? So I know that's not exactly what's in question here, but if I look at the property size alone, it's 0.04 acres. That's half of a tenth of an acre if I'm doing that math right. So the property size alone, to me, brings that price of the whole property down. Because if you go back, and I don't believe it, if this is my photo that's showing, I can't tell for sure, but if you go back to the photo you showed on, I believe it was January 2nd, 2021, you can see that cabin number 1 or 2 has a truck and a trailer, a boat trailer, and that is stretching over 3 properties. So based on the size of the property, you can't even park a truck and trailer on the property. So property size alone takes the value of this property, my property, down, because I can't park a boat trailer on it. So it doesn't matter how close I am to the boat ramp, which is close. I enjoy other people's boats, not my own, because it can't go on my property. So I realize that has stayed the same at 35,000. And really what's in question is the value of the improvements, the building. But I wanted to point out that, you know, the property itself doesn't really lend itself to its surroundings when you think about how close it is to the water and all the great things you can do, which those other properties that you have referenced on the equity sale or equity and the sales comparison, they do have the property size to be able to park more than one vehicle there. So I think what I'm concerned about is that we have gone from, and you're saying that it was a distributed value that was randomly put there, and I don't believe it was randomly put there because I protested the taxes back when they went up and nothing had changed on my cabin. I believe it was 2 years ago. And what we came up with was that the roof was the only thing that was new when that was done after the hurricane. And actually the roof, brand new after the hurricane, was actually a lesser value roof than what was on there before the hurricane. So the value of the property actually went down, even though there wasn't hurricane damage. So to me, this whole thing of going from a $14,000 improvement value and doubling it, actually more than doubling it, 100% increase to $28,200 seems unreasonable. There are 6 cabins in the row that I guess would be fairly good comparisons. And I think when you pull those up and look at them, I'm either equal to or higher than those cabins, which each of those cabins, you know, you look at some of the cabins, they have been redone. Mine has not. And I'm still at a higher value than them. And I don't understand that. You got cabin number 7 that's next to me, that's at the same price as me, and it's not the same as mine. You got cabin number 1, which is bigger than mine, and it's priced less than mine from an improvement appraised value. And you know, you look down further, cabin number 8 down there is still less than mine. So I'm having trouble understanding why I went up 100% when others did not.
It's because you protested. You protested, your value got decreased, but you know, that's not.
You're saying because I protested, my value should go up higher than a property that's in better shape than mine?
Well, if you're measuring by percentage, that's going to happen. That's how percentages work.
I'm not talking about percentage now. I'm talking about 28,000 versus 24,000, and a property that's in better shape than mine for 24,000. That's simple math to me.
You can look at 170.
So on the equity grid, I mean, I'm not real sure how to read those. You've got lots of comps on there. There's properties that are labeled as 2000 models, which I don't think they are. They're comps that have been completely redone since Harvey. And I don't know how they compare to my property that's still a 1958 cabin.
Jason, I'm gonna have to, your time's up for now. You'll have more time here in a little while. But,
okay, I'm sorry, I thought I was only at 6 minutes and 6 seconds.
No, it's 7 minutes.
Gotcha. I didn't start my time.
So you went first. Okay, so you now have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for
Cross-examination.
Yeah, he was protesting equity. He said that 1, 7, and 8 were all less than his. What are they?
Right.
Okay, so let's take a look at which one is this.
This is his.
So the subject is number 6.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of bounce over to,
Okay, 7, there's 7, okay. 63,200. The subject is 63,200. They're exactly the same.
okay, I'm gonna go to number 1 now. I was talking about.
Number 1 is 59,090. And let's see. What's that about? Okay. Is that it? There not any difference in the land or anything?
No.
I just point to
It's all
effective
that.
year. Yeah, nothing happened. Okay.
Well,
So this one had no
I mean-
updating, Scott, is that kind of what?
that's not just updating. I mean, effective years, does that say
65.
1965?
Yeah.
This place has got to be damaged. Is this thing damaged? What, how did this thing get an effective age? You got to remember, depreciation from 1965 means there's been through Hurricanes Celia and Harvey, and nothing's been done to this property. So that's kind of absurd. I don't understand why that was so low.
Boarded up.
So that's one of
Okay,
these.
so if it's boarded up, this thing may not be actually repaired. And what's number 8? That would be the best one. Good mark. 8. Subject 62, 59, 8. And go back to the other. Is that an effective age thing? Is an effective age thing. Okay. It's got to be right. It is. It's an effective age thing. Okay. Go.
Can you explain that to him then, quickly?
I don't know how you do it quickly. The difference is between the properties is the effective age given. Number 1 has to have something wrong.
I'm sorry.
Something has to be wrong with this building for it to be left without any kind of adjustment for effective age or condition. So it's probably in a state of disrepair on the inside. The other 2, I mean, it's a minor difference, but the reason 163 and 159 is an effective age assessment based on field appraisal work. I wouldn't second guess our field appraisers, honestly, but because they're pretty good at it. But that's what it is. The one right next to it is just like it. It's the same. I mean, it did go up a lot in 1 year, but 49,000 to this one. The neighbors didn't go up because theirs wasn't 49,000 last year. Theirs was more last year. So nothing unusual is happening. It's just if you protest and pull your value down, it's going to go up when that comes out.
Okay, Jason, you have 2 minutes for protester rebuttal, and then we'll go to closing.
Gotcha. So Mr. Burke, I would completely disagree with you. The neighbors didn't go up because they didn't protest. The protest value that I got was not a random value. It was what was established by a committee, just like what's sitting in front of you, as a fair value. So it wasn't a random assignment of a number. It was a valued assignment of what that property was.
Okay, so real quick, I gotta tell you, I never said it was random.
Okay.
Never said it.
Also, the number 1 house is $59,000 and it's twice the size. So I don't know how that plays into the measurements, but I find that very interesting how I can be more than a place that's twice the size of me. And yes, I realize that the other people haven't gone up. They have fluctuated in that $24,000 to $29,000 range probably. But it's because they didn't protest. And that I can't react on behalf of them. But I feel like that if they would have protested, they probably would have had a similar situation to what I have, other than the properties that have been completely redone. And lots of the properties in that row of cabins have been redone, and mine has not. So I don't know whether it's a sales comp. I don't believe the sales comps you have compare to mine. They have a much bigger land area to be able to park in, which gives them an ultimately bigger value. And then you've got some that are back in the neighborhood that have larger land size. So, and room size for that matter. So to me, the sales comps aren't there. What you can look at is the properties that are in my row of cabins, and I am at or above all of them, and I am at the price of the redone ones, the nice cabins, and mine is not that.
Okay, we're gonna go to closing, but just would like to say we're not considering sales comps here. Mr. Bagley is exactly right. What we need to be looking at is houses just like his right there in that row. Those are the comparables, the equity comparables that we need to be talking about. That's what's under protest.
Yes.
All right, Eamon, you got 1 minute for closing.
Our equity grid is other places that are in this little row of houses, exact same square footage. They're the same effective age. There's no adjustments being made except the carports are being taken off. They're about as good equity comps as you could want. All three of them are actually higher value than the subject. But he's not the highest one even in this little row. I don't know what else to say other than that. The equity is kind of perfect. That's it.
Okay.
So you've got three comps. They're all, let's see, this one's 67. Oh, wait, oh, back it up. Back it up one page. 67, 66, 63. Okay.
The discrepancy is the carports in each case.
Yeah, that's the adjustment. Okay. So, Jason, you have 1 minute. Any final thoughts you want to tell us?
Sure. I think, the equity grid to me, I don't know what it is. There's 14 pages and 43 properties on there. And none of them in my mind were similar to mine other than some in C-Gun, and those certainly aren't comps. And you're right, Mr. Burke, that I am not the highest value in my area, but I think I certainly should not be the highest value in my area. I'm a 1958 cabin. And I think the three pictures up there, I can't tell exactly, but I think the three pictures up there you're looking at are pictures from two cabins in my row. They're from 1998 with dead grass and no paint. And they sure do look bad compared to mine with green grass and fresh paint from a couple years ago. So I think if you simply use those pictures, mine looks like a pretty high value cabin. But I can tell you that is not the case, and pictures can be deceiving.
Okay. So it's our deliberation time.
This is the equity question.
Equity question. No change. Not seeing any change. For you?
I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
You see any, Kathy?
No, I'm on.
Okay. So I move in on case ID 2021-1885, account number 25952,
when considering QT, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal of the equity value. Do we leave the 2021 assessed value of 63,200?
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Can I ask a question?
Well, we
Quickly.
I'm trying to understand what, if I check the wrong box, equity value versus another option that I should have done.
probably should have checked Q1 also, market value.
Okay, I checked that in section 3 on my affidavit, so I will.
Yes, unfortunately, the protest form trumps the affidavit.
Understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good day.
It'll say. Yeah, I'm not monitoring.
Are we in the 3 o'clock?
AR.
Are we in the 3 o'clock now?
We are. This will be the first one for the 3 o'clock. We have 3 of them on the 3 o'clock, 2 in-persons, 1 phone.
First one being who?
It is Mr. Beavers, Larry Beavers, case
Okay.
number 1533.
Okay. 2 minutes.
Oh, you don't have to sign it. He's already, so that says he's next. If you just double click, I think maybe I'll take it. No.
It does on the other one. I think I have to say open.
No.
Oh,
In person. He did click phone, but he came in person. That's good because he didn't have an application.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
What's that?
It's loading, but it's taking forever.
These tablets are not. Shoestring on.
Oh, he's left.
Yeah, but that, it doesn't right.
Well, how's your day?
It's good. And yours?
It's okay so far. Long,
Yes. A lot of work to be done.
that's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
I know it's hot outside, so it's not bad being in the AC.
Long, so we go home and get out in it, and it's like, oh my God, I'm not used to this
Yes,
anymore.
exactly.
So we have 3 at 3
And then we'll be done.
and no straggling.
Right.
Okay. All right. Get your instructions. Yes. How'd it go?
What's that?
How'd it go yesterday?
Oh, they actually did not show up yesterday. Surprise, right? But they did show up today.
Is anybody there?
Yes, my wife was there. She went over there last night. So they insulated this morning. She said it looks good. And they say stay out of the building for about 24 hours. So the windows are all
Spray foam?
spray foam. Yeah,
That's cool stuff.
that is. Yeah. Yeah, we've got a garage apartment there that leaks like a sieve. And rather than put conventional insulation floors underneath, you've got garages below and apartment above. The floors just leak, and then there's this kind of chimney effect up the stairway, up the attic. I want to seal the attic just for not just insulation, just for air ingress. We seal the
Okay,
garage
I'm gonna
floors.
bring Mr. Beavers back.
Before, morning, how many people are going to be doing the morning?
I have a 9 o'clock dentist appointment. Probably won't take more than an hour.
I'll be here Monday.
Are you there?
Yeah.
You there?
I don't think I have anything. Nobody's told me. It's,
I hate to cancel my doctor's appointment. You're going to be going in the morning? No morning. I'll be back to work in the morning. Then, I can keep this case will take more than 10 minutes. Just coming to you.
Yeah, if you got me more. Yeah.
This is Larry Beavers.
Larry Beavers.
Hello, gentlemen and lady. How are y'all doing? Good. Where do I
Right
sit?
over there.
How you doing? Good. Thank you. Thank y'all very much.
1533.
Yes, 1533 is the case.
Mr. Beavers, we have some administrative to go through before we get to the meeting back. If you just follow along with me, and I'll have some questions for the end. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-1533, account 54133. This hearing is being recorded. We have the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. Where the board is at the table here. Eamon Burke will be the appraisal district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to cpad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Yeah. I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggert, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Larry Beaver, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true.
All right, do you hold the Texas appraiser license?
No, sir.
You have a chart over there. It's walked this way across the table.
Correct.
It's the way we're going to manage the procedure.
Yes, sir.
You have a choice to make. Do you want to go first, or do you want Eamon to go first for the district?
It doesn't bother me.
The governor says you get to choose.
since y'all have my evidence, I guess I'll go first.
Okay.
How's that? Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. Okay, let's do that.
So you have 5 minutes to begin with.
Okay, 5 minutes. So thank you very much for this meeting. I've been a resident of Lamar 12 years. I have this one property at lots 41 and 42 in Palmetto Estates over there near Goose Island. We've owned the home since 2009, been a taxpayer since 2009. We've had no issues at all. We've done fine, but the basic letter that I've outlined here is that, may I stand up?
Sure.
Okay. So basically, on my overalls, when you look at it, gentlemen, there's a little small, to start with, it's broken down into structures, improvements, and land. The letter is broken down into 3 sections. First thing is there shows to be a little 128 square foot building, and it was removed back in 2009. It was a very small building, but it's been on the roll ever since, and it's never been taken off. So I really didn't bother about it because I just didn't think it was a big value. I thought, well, okay, it will be cleaned up one day. Well, it didn't, and it's still out there on this 2021. So really all we have on this property is a main structure and a porch. That's all we have on there. This property does not have any amenities such as a garage, storage buildings. We did remove a storage building. We don't have driveways. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have canopies, carports, fences, a water well. It's basically, we only have 2 items here. So what made me do my comparison real quick was all I had was basically the amount that's being appraised for 2021 is now working out on my basic residence of $76.91. So as a quick summary, I just went to my immediate neighbors and just did a quick summary. And everybody was coming in at $59.55 up to less than $60. Can you go to the next screen? Okay. So page 2 of the letter is, here's my adjacent neighbor, right directly diagonally behind me, another one behind me, another one to the side of me, and then to be perfectly clear, I own my adjacent property at 43 Lazy Lane. Now that one's not in protest. Keep in mind, I'm not protesting that, but I'm going to use this as a basis of it because here's where I'm going to go with it. I'm a commercial contractor. I deal in acres. So what I did is I took the value of the property of this land was $91,476 an acre is what it works out to. Okay. The property that I'm protesting is worth now $112,000. $108,999. So I have a common property line between 2 properties with a $17,435 difference between the 2. So this property is their property values of land is proportional to this amount right here. Okay, the Pruskis, which is this one up here, and their houses. Now let's just use $60 to round off. Everybody's at $60 a square foot around here. Well, I'm in at 76, almost $77 a square foot. But then my adjacent neighbor, he's in at $32 a square foot. So this is why I didn't go, this is in my subdivision. I didn't move around in Lamar. I didn't go across the bridge. I kept it real simple just to see where we were. And that's how I discovered numbers from $32 a square foot for the main structure. The average is $60 a square foot. I'm dialed in on 2021. It's almost $77 a square foot. So can we go to the next page, sir? This is the one page that I summarized it all. This kind of tells it all. This is my property that's in protest, 41. Okay. So right now we have appraised value coming in total 145, last year was 108. Improvements was 91 last year. This was Harvey, we understand what that is. And by the way, the house has not been improved. It's still back at this level. It's in house, it's a fine house, but it's not been improved. So now I have there's a $21,000 increase from here to here.
I need to catch up for now. You'll have
Yeah.
some more time.
Okay.
here.
Yeah, good, I'm sorry. I'm getting into details.
So, Amy, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so the roof was not replaced after Harvey. It's the same roof that was on there in 2016.
Yes, yes. You showed me the next picture, but I'll let you.
Yeah.
There you go. Yes, sir.
How did you get your dollars per foot figures on there?
Here, it's right here. It's right here. Here's where you guys are at $112,600 is what you're saying the house is worth now, divided by 1,464 is $76.91. Okay, so
and these other ones have garages and stuff.
yes, sir, they have all amenities. Okay, so let's look.
That's why. That's why your dollars per square foot are higher, because that MA square footage doesn't include porches and garages.
I'll talk when you get a chance. Keep going. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, MA is master area.
Yeah, it's the air conditioning.
Right, it's master area. The other folks, when we go it further, their MA is only 30 square feet difference, and they're significantly cheaper than that. They're at $60 a square foot. They're at $59.
Just on
MA.
Same kind of brick home?
Same everything. Here, keep going. I'm gonna show you a picture. Keep going. Please, sir.
I'll just
There's a backyard with no buildings.
This is his time.
Yeah.
The thing is, these things are just on a schedule. They're just on a schedule. So you class a house and you measure the house, and they're all on like a very large schedule of values. So we're not walking around going, that looks like 50, that one maybe 60. Like they're just labeled. So there's going to be something that explains why there's a discrepancy between yours and the neighbors. We just have to figure out what it is.
Okay.
And which one was it? It was
41.
41.
Lazy Lane.
41 Lazy. And what was the other one?
To compare to?
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's what I was asking.
Here, go to the next page.
Is this on 54133? Is that one?
That's the subject.
Okay, sorry.
Go up. That one, right there. That's behind you.
What's the property 5?
Right there.
30336.
Okay. 30336.
Go up just a hair, sir. 336. Oh. There. Oh, no. Go back. Yeah. So just a quick scenario. They're 1425 on their MA. Their new value is 5955.
Let's look at that account. See what's
There it is. Now, hang on. Yes, go ahead.
30336.
That's it. There you go. That's older. It's older, but it's for
20 years. 20 years of depreciation.
Yeah, I don't have that average information.
Yeah.
Y'all do.
Right.
That's okay. That's good. It's all good. All I have is square footage.
Right. That makes sense.
You got a little less than 3 minutes left for your presentation.
Okay, yeah, I'll present. Should be. All right, so this is the 54133. So last year it was noticed certified at 108,001.
Yes, sir.
This year it was noticed at 145,600. If you look at the effective age on there, there's no bump for this. This is still a 1995 effective age house. So it's depreciated to 78% of its cost to replacement unit. That is because there isn't anything, nothing did get updated after the storm. So this house is just sitting here and the building is depreciating and the land is doing what land does, which is nothing. The thing that changes around it is the market. So the sale grid is going to show properties around here. The first one is somebody who bought this 1,352 square foot house on Bayberry. They paid 154. If you notice, it had like no land in comparison, 4,800 square feet of land. The subject is 13,000 square feet. So how much is the land worth? Top two is a land sale. Somebody bought 87,000 square feet on Palmetto for 135,000. That's just an enormous amount to pay for land, but that's what people are doing. Top three is on Bodark Street, and it is a 4SS house. Living area is 1,200 square feet, so it's 200 square feet smaller than the subject. Pretty similar land size, and it sold in 2020 for 130,000. You notice it's got it's a 1976 house that's been updated a little bit since 76, but it's not falling down yet. And if the subject sold like this one did, the subject would sell for 125. So what's the median of all those things? 136,834. And I would take that as a win. There is no shot this thing gets sold for $136,000. That's just just a second. I got to prove this. The equity grid is other properties in this area. States Drive, Front Street, Main Street. There are 3 SS plus houses in Lamar. How the median equity value is also 135, 175. So it's showing a net negative adjustment there. Our sales ratio report for Lamar, we're at 1.2. So both of those indicate a downward adjustment to about 130. That's it.
Okay, you have 4 minutes for cross-examination and rebuttal.
Okay. This property that's on the screen, that's on Front Street. That's directly almost in front of Sean's dock. There's no houses even comparable to that along that street. Every house along Front Street above that house is going to be tremendously more expensive. Tremendously. Right across the street because they touch the water. So I would not consider that a fair judgment there. This one right here, I know this one. That's my neighbor. Okay, that's my neighbor. Directly behind me. And can I ask you why all these are negative?
Yeah, they're adjustments to make them like yours.
Yeah. So that's actually
okay. I got you. Now I understand because all I've got is MA and PC. This is the one that's kind of in protest, and I understand he doesn't have that, and I understand. Okay.
Yeah, and then in comp 2, you see there's a line right there that's where it says land value adjustment.
Right.
Up there, it's the first adjustment at the top, $94,000.
Right.
The value of the location is built in.
That's how you get from 204 down.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
And one thing you ought to pick up on. The district median equity value is only 135. They have failed to meet their burden of proof that to support their 145.
I got you. Okay.
That's one thing you need to think of.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we go back? It's down. Oh, no, the other way. Let's go back to this one real quick. This is an unusual one, and I'll just explain real quick. This is a metal building house. This is a steel building house. I wouldn't, and I'm a commercial general contractor that builds this. I wouldn't be using this as a comp because it's so hard to even get financing on a barnuminium. You don't even go there with that. So this one I would not even consider in the mix. Now, let's go to the next one. Because I build steel building. I know exactly what it costs. So don't use that one as a comparison. This one's over in Bayberry, you're dead on. It's a little bitty postage stamp. So I paid a lot of money for a house right there. It's right next to St. Charles Bay. It's just a little postage stamp. This one, somebody paid a lot of money for some land. I understand. I understand how you develop, and I thank you very much. I just used my immediate subdivision as a comparison. That's all I did. That's all, because I didn't have the data. And so I just looked at a price per square foot, and it goes back to, maybe we go all the way up. Yeah, there we go. Go right there. Okay. So this is the property that's in question. I own this property as well. Maybe go down just a little bit. Oh, no, I understand.
At least I'm just.
Yeah, no, I understand. So that's the little $32 square foot one. That's the one that's 59. This one is like a 1,900 square foot house. It's 59.79. This one was built in the 70s, and he's in the same. And then I'm all of a sudden 76. All I'm asking is for a little bit of adjustment. I'm not asking to get all the way. If I go and improve this property, then yes, I proportionally need to be paying the taxes accordingly. If this house got destroyed in the hurricane, it's uninhabitable next to it completely. It's if you go to all the way to the end of the report, all the way to the end. Let's see. No, I think it would be, no, it'd be back up in my section, my group. Maybe. That one, right there. It still looks like that. It's unfortunate, but that's my adjacent property. Okay. So, I understand. I'm just asking for a little bit of reprieve. I am concerned about the property.
Okay. You have some more time.
Yes.
You got 2 minutes in for rebuttal. I will go to closing.
Oh, rebuttal including?
Well, no, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I don't have any.
Okay. So you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts you want?
I would just like to compare the land on 41 Lazy Lane at $108,000 an acre versus 91. I have an adjacent property line, and it's like my right foot is worth $108,000 right there. Right there. This property right here. This was $91,000 an acre. This is $108,000 an acre. I don't see why that's a common property line that I own this property and I own this. This is 91 and this is 108.
I think I see it. It's an economy of scale thing. That lot is much larger than yours.
I know what they do.
So it probably sells for less per square foot than yours.
All the 30s.
But we could look at it.
All the 30s that begin start at 91,000. I don't know why, but mine and this guy go at 108 in the 50s. If you look at all the accounts, with all the 30s, they all average 91,000 an acre.
Okay, so it's our time to deliberate.
Yes.
I see a couple of things here. One, the shed needs to be removed from the property card. But I am just curious now. Let's look at, say, 30338. That looks to be a similar size lot. 30337. The land is 250 a square foot.
Yes.
Okay. It's the property owner. $250 square foot. Okay, so his land is equitable then to similar size lots around.
Right. 500 less than, yes, I'm 12,000.
Okay. The other thing I see is we need to mark it down for the.
Well, it goes down to 135, 175.
Yeah.
Right. And then take the
Shed off.
take the bed off.
So Scott, if you would take the shed off, the property card.
It's not-
It's not, no, but it should be accurate.
Yeah.
Just following orders, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a motion then on case 2021-1533. Account number 54133. When considering Q1, the incorrect appraised market value, Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal of the equity value, and in consideration of Q5, the structure that has been removed from the property, that we lower the 2021 appraised value to $135,175.
Why don't you make it an even 35 to account for the shed? Or does that take it into consideration?
Well, it takes it.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. All right.
Right, say again what the number was, just because I.
135, 175.
Thank you.
Wait, say what?
I thought it had to be rounded to the nearest.
Oh, you're right, it does. 135, 170.
170 then? Oh, okay.
Nearest 10.
It has to be the nearest 10, doesn't
Yes.
Okay.
it? 170.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay.
Where do I find? Gentlemen, where do I sign?
You are done. They will send you a determination in the mail. It will just reflect what happened here.
Very good presentation. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you, Robert. Thank you,
Put
Bill.
some time in.
I don't know, I just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for letting me do that. Okay. Talk about it. It's all good. Take care.
Okay.
Larry, who donated well money in the area to church, schools. He spends a lot of, lives in a modest house. Works in Houston.
Okay.
But he lives here and supports everything.
Okay.
Boy Scouts, Sacred Heart Church, Sacred Heart School.
Yeah. Good for him.
A lot of stuff. Education families.
It was an
All right, our next case, which is in person, is number 1172.
Any more?
Then there is one phone hearing following
Bring him back.
that. Okay. Scott, you've got the number?
I do, thank
Okay.
you.
And I'll let you know, this is Susan Benson. She is the agent for Charmaine Benson, who's the property owner. There's an appointment of agent on file for that.
Is the document? Okay.
Yes, yes, it is documented.
Okay.
Just.
Oh my gosh. So we're gonna come in and you're gonna turn the light. Okay. So you already set the table. This is Susan Benson.
Hello,
Hi.
Susan.
Where do I go?
Hey, Susan.
You're gonna go right over there. Thank you.
We have some administrative we need to go through before we get started. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you when I get near the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1172, account 30316. This hearing is being recorded. We have the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. Eamon Burke will be at the appraisal district's table, and this is the review board here. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you in our determination. There'll be a letter that you get after this tells all that. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Do we have all your evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Excuse me. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your turn.
I, Susan Benson, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true.
Thank you. Do you hold a Texas appraiser's license? Are you an appraiser?
No.
We have to swear Eamon in, but let me ask you anyway. Eamon?
Have you swearing?
Yes. All right, I was
Juggling a little bit right now. I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Next to the blue bowl is a sheet of paper that has on it the procedure that we're going to follow.
Oh, yeah. I told them.
Okay? Now, you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
Okay.
Which would you like to do?
Can I just present? Y'all have the photos?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
If you'd like to go first, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. We don't believe that the property value has increased at all. It might have actually decreased. As you can see, that is the current view of the property directly across. That's what we get to see every time we look out the window. So I don't think that has raised our property value. Yeah, and it hasn't been had anyone living there since Harvey. The front is just in back. That's our neighboring home. We had the freeze killed a gigantic pine tree that we had there. It had been growing since '62. And so now that is our direct view. So I don't think that increases the property value in any way either. You can see on the next one. That's the backyard of the neighbor. And they just fixed in quotes, their bulkhead dock with some form of foam that actually caused erosion in the yard because of the way the slickness of the foam was underneath. So we now have to repair all of that. So I think that kind of decreased the value. And the nice view also. I guess the next one to show dead landscape that has to be ripped out. The same thing. Yeah. More dead. So I know that I think the other homes are based on home value in the area, but you can kind of see the other homes in the area, the John Direct area. And there hasn't been any changes to our property other than erosion and death. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Amen. This is a Q1.
Okay. You got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
All right, subject is account 30316. The market value for 2020 was 253,500. We've noticed this year at 286,000. There's no notes in the account that anything was done to this property in particular. It wasn't remeasured or reevaluated. Drag run said same as last year. So the change in the form of the neighborhood. The picto shows you where his house is. It's on starboard. It looks to be on the starboard side of starboard. And the sales grid. All right, so this is really the meat and potatoes of what's going on. The only reason that we have a neighborhood adjustment is because of market activity. So what's happening in this neighborhood? 207 starboard sold in July of 2020 for 400,000. It's 50 square feet smaller than this. The 249 starboard sold in March of this year for 330,000, and it's a little bit bigger than the subject. But it's a masonry veneer in that house. Free is 206 starboard, sold for 371 in March of this year. And another house, a big old garage. 127 Port sold for 371 in November of 2020. Comp 5 is 112 Port, sold in December of 2020 for 252. It's just, this is what the market's just like. What's happening? It showed an indicated value for the subject at 301,000, saying that our number is low on this property. Probably because it is just a stable house that's just been sitting there. And when you do a neighborhood adjustment, the thing you have to worry about is blowing the new stuff out of the water with adjustments that work for older houses that have just been sitting there. So it's lagging behind a little bit. Our equity grid showed that's exactly what's happening. On an equity basis, it goes up to 302. So this house is just basically being allowed to depreciate, but our value is low. The odds that this thing sells for 286 are pretty much zero. Sale ratio report is for this area. We are at 1.03 across a bazillion sales. That's a lot of sales. But you know, just looking even just broadly at the sale numbers for this, the comps, what are houses selling for? 400, 329, 371, 371, 252. That looks to be the lowest sale in the whole area. And yeah, that's why houses are just appreciating. That's it.
Okay. Ma'am, you have 2 minutes for protest or rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross-examination. I'll give you 4 minutes if you need them. If
Okay. Can we just adjust to the one that's 252? Can we just slide ourselves?
I cannot, and it's because we are not doing the fee appraisal, we're doing the mass. So what we're doing is creating a statistical model that creates opinions of value for this entire area. And our job is to be within a median, 5% high or low of kind of what's going on. And what we're seeing is that we're light on your house in particular, is that we're under what it's actually worth. It's just what things are being sold for. No, there's nothing being done to this saying, hey, this place is super nicer than it was last year. It's just real estate value going up
Due to say.
due to everything.
You have anything else?
I guess there's nothing I can say. That's my skill to say. Yo, well, I do have a question. Y'all aren't gonna raise it after this meeting?
No, this year, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, the
Okay.
notice value is a proposed value that your taxes will be calculated on in November. And if that value is not changed at the ARB hearing, it gets certified every year. I would expect the value to continue to go up over the next couple of years. I mean, not just because we're light on your house, but because property values just are going up. They're predicted to keep going up.
Does it make a difference that the homes around us are just crumbling?
Apparently not. That's
I
the
mean-
thing, like, these are sales on Starboard. That's what people are paying for houses in. You could sell your house for over 300,000 right now. You could do it. You wouldn't even have a problem. I mean,
We don't want
right. Well, our job is to tell you what it's worth, you know? So the thing is, you know, what are you gonna get? People would easily do that for water. Yeah.
because we paid 225. 27.
Right. And you know what happened in 2017?
Yeah, it was 30 days. It was closed on before Harvey Day.
Yeah, and so that may have felt bad at the time, but that's a good thing in the long run. We're in a different era now. I wish I had bought something before Harvey. It was a lot harder to do it after, I promise.
Anything else?
I guess that's it. guys.
Okay. Even if you need it, we got 2 minutes for district rebuttal. Okay. You have 1 more minute for final closing. Anything to say? Okay.
Please lower it.
Anything for you, Amy?
No.
Okay. So now it's our deliberation. So I'm not seeing any reason for change. Okay. So on case ID 2021-1172, account number 30316, when considering Q1 in incorrect appraised market value, I move that we keep the 2021 appraised value at its current level of $286,020.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
This one. That
I know. I'm sorry.
Val will be in here in a minute, but I'll let you know. So you paid 225 for this?
225.
I have just closed on a 1150 square foot house in South Rockport here, through Habitat for Humanity. That's what I paid. Paid the same that you did for yours. That's just, it's like, that's what we get to. Crazy.
Look at the bright side, your investment is going.
Yeah.
That's right.
Am I done here?
Yes.
All right, well, that was fun. Just that. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming by. Bye.
If you'll change your mind.
Let you know. Say, ask him free.
Yes. New Orleans. New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
Do what? Her husband's uncle from the New Orleans Saints and New Orleans Pelicans.
Oh.
On the Benson Road.
Oh, so that's, okay.
Who's our dealer? Peter has, her husband has a golf cart store.
Man, you need
Car
real
store
estate
across the street.
Oh, okay.
Where they live.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out of Palm Harbor, but it's
Right.
down there. And then they have one. Or they have.
Okay.
Yeah, you think real estate value is going up. Used cars have been going bonkers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. They're selling over MSRP and my friend is telling me at lunch, he usually looks at the Facebook marketplace for motorcycles in a certain mile radius. There's usually about 250 to 300. There's currently 70.
Motorcycles?
That's the issue. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what they sell. Can't
He said
find
that
them.
there was a truck pulling F-150s to a dealership and there were cars tailing it as it got in there. And when it parked, two guys got out and got into a fist fight. What the fluid? Over approaching his truck.
I didn't know motorcycle, right? These are what kind of bikes?
Yeah,
Story
he's
bikes
usually
or-
looking at like street bikes.
Yeah.
But it's all used cars. The consumer price index came out 2 weeks ago. It said all used cars have gone up 26%.
Yeah.
It's
I'm constantly looking at my next vehicle. You know, but I've noticed now, most new cars, yeah, it's MSRP plus. You know, there's even the manufacturer, you know, taking rebates, things.
Trying to find something with his son, because his current Tahoe is probably on its last leg.
Okay.
Keep that anyway.
Yeah.
Keep my head to the ear to the ground on the little lady network of, pretty much need to turn in the Toyota keys and
Yeah.
Honda keys or something, and it isn't happening.
I apologize for the delay. Okay, case 1615.
And Val, if you call,
Yeah, I did.
if that's not sufficient, if they say there's something else he needs, I'll try to squeeze down and see if we can do something else. But I think that's what.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get to talk to him. I left a message. And sent an email.
Okay, yeah, I think he got it.
This is going to be, again, an authorized agent. It's Larry Biggers that will be on the phone.
Bigger. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Biggers, Larry Biggers, he is the agent.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I see.
Understand this is another Q2.
Ready?
Not doing anything.
Oh, I haven't done anything yet.
Oh, I wasn't listening to you. I just generally don't have to work.
I didn't say anything. I just went into the chair.
And that's probably why I didn't agree.
Good reason. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Mr. Biggers,
Yeah.
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
Hey, Charlie. Good to hear you again. 3 years in a row. Good deal. Got one come like today, huh?
Yeah, you're, you have to understand, you're the only thing between me and my scotch.
Oh, well, that could be good, could be bad. We this is a dry, easy case, and I visited with Ray yesterday, and Ray said, well, I'm not gonna oppose you. He said, I see what's going on. He said, but you gotta prove it. Well, I'm gonna work on it. But,
Okay, we gotta do some, we gotta do some administrative before we get started here, so just follow along. Follow along, I'll get through, I'll get through it. Opening a hearing on case 2021-1615, account 25423. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. Comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. That'll come to you by snail mail. In accordance with tax code 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at the time. Larry, we have all your evidence?
Say what?
Do we have all your evidence?
I just sent you 2 pictures, so I sent.
Okay, got it. ARB members who considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wager, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Larry, you know the drill. You signed the affidavit, so I assume you're under oath for the hearing.
Correct.
Thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
You don't have an appraiser's license, do you, Larry?
I'm sorry?
You don't have an appraiser's license, do you?
Oh, no.
No.
Long-time friend and neighbor.
You got the hearing procedure times chart?
I don't even have it in front of me. Charlie, I want to get you home. This is so informal. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean,
Well, I gotta go through the drill.
I know.
You want to go first, or you want Eamon to go first?
Yeah, let me go first.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, it won't take that long. This is third and final year. I'm going to do this for my friend, longtime neighbor, Rita Mirabelli. First year was learning process. Last year I laid out everything, and I had everything squared away, and the staff told you and the committee that they would look into it because there were some discrepancies in their data they used, and it didn't happen. So I visited with Ray yesterday, and what it comes down to is really very simple. You see the picture I sent you of the architect's conceptual drawing, and there's 18 of those 2-bedroom condos. Every single one of the 18, and I've been property manager, longtime owner, and board of directors president. I've had infinite estimate, what the word is, I've been associated with this section. Anyway, all 18 of those have been modified to add 120 square feet, 100%. But on the appraisal district data, it doesn't always show that. And that skews the whole thing. If we look at on your sales ratio report, you have 1 unit sold, 2 of them last October. And one of them, like Ms. Marabelli's, in the 300 building went for 324,570, and the 100 building went for 314,805. And they both show 1233 square feet, which is not true. They all have added that bonus room. Take a look at that picture I sent of the bonus room. You see it's not, people built into the attic basically. You notice the back of the room there is about 4 feet tall, and they put a little twin bed back there, and I can stand up when I walk in and go for as far as I can go. So they've all done that, but it does not show it on these two comps that they included here. So when you compute the square footage on those and extrapolate that to Ms. Marabelli, who's honest to a fault, and then shown hers has added 120 square feet, then it shows her as having more valuable content, but it's identical to the 104 and 107. So one of them was at 314,805, the one was 324,570. So I propose that we just average those two, comes out plus or minus about 320, and we're good to go. Now, what Ray told me is I had to prove it. And, okay, well, I sent the picture today that proves that picture from 303, and it indeed, does have the 120 square feet. I got it off the Zillow this afternoon, because I saw on your sheet it said Zillow. Okay, we try that. And it showed me the pictures. So, outside of that, I mean, what can I say?
Okay.
It does have, there is an error on the common elements, because you look at her property description, it says 1/62 for the common elements, but she's rated higher than, at the highest tier of common elements. And last year's staff, oil color review, they all had a good laugh, okay, but few is not common elements. But it all comes out the wash. Whether we call it common elements or land or improvement, it's all one number. So I'm not worried about that. Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, you got about a minute and a half left. I just want to be sure that I understand here.
Ask me anything.
So it's Q2. It's an equity question, and the discrepancy is the square footage.
Correct.
And on the comp equity grid that the district has, they have on the subject 1,353 square feet. And then on the comps, they have the same 1,353 on all the comps.
No, they don't.
Okay.
I'm looking at, look at the sales ratio report.
Well, that's not under protest.
But the comps they used were 104 and 303, the only two sales they had last year.
Okay, but the incorrect appraised market value, that's not under protest here.
I don't understand.
Well, Larry, the problem is you check the appraisal ratio exceeds median level, which is an equity question, but you didn't check Q1. The box number 1 for market value.
It says equity, it says identical units. Does it say identical units?
We're talking about the protest form.
Yeah, the last one on the list there, I don't have, I mean, the last one said identical units are priced differently.
Yeah, so in section 3 of the protest form, you had, the only box you checked was value is unequal compared with other properties. That's an equity question. If you were going to question based on market value, you should have checked the first box as well. In other words, Yeah, the first box as well. So
Oh, I thought I just checked one box.
that's correct. So without checking that first box, the sales comps are not considered or don't come into play in the discussion of the protest. Unfortunately.
Okay, I don't know that I totally understand that, but I read that, I just gotta check one of the boxes.
Well, I think it also says check all that apply. And maybe you misread, unfortunately, that just to check one or something.
Okay, so the one I checked was unequal compared to other properties, because our next door neighbor is the same situation in 205. He's, so I don't know, like I said, I'm aging out of this process, 80 years old, and that's still be doing this stuff. Just let him friend. So I don't know what to do. I have another hearing on our other condo on July the 1st, so I guess I have a chance to amend that one.
You have to take that up with the district.
Okay. Okay, so
so we
what
need-
am I protesting here?
Well, equity, and we need to move on. So, Amy, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, I'll start out by using a little bit of my time to explain the first thing that would be under protest would be just be market value. That's saying your property's, the number's too high. The second thing is equity, which is basically you saying, hey, you guys at the district are saying my house is worth way more than other houses just like mine. You're coming after me kind of thing.
Exactly.
Right. So that's, when you check that, you're given the ARB jurisdiction to make a decision based on that, evidence based on that. So I'll come back to that in just a second. Part of my confusion with this is you're really familiar with these properties. You're referring to them by unit number, and I don't have that anywhere, so I can't tell which ones you're talking about. So I'll probably need to clarify that in just a second. So this is account 25423. Last year it was certified at 317,000. This year it was noticed at 330,280. Given how round that last year's number was, I would assume that was also an ARB decision of some sort. There is a sales grid that shows the sale of 3 properties when adjusted, subject 332. So great job on that. And then the equity, we just have 3 other condos that ostensibly are exactly identical to the subject. There should be no difference between these 3. And they're all appraised for the exact same dollar amount. So from an equity perspective, we have 3 perfect examples. And then at the bottom, we have a sales ratio report saying that we're at 99.3% on Kon-Tiki condos, which is a little bit light, but well within the margin of error. So that's looking great too. Really quick, Larry, do you by any chance know the property ID numbers of those units, the unit 303 you were talking about?
Well, I should. It's on your sales report, the sales ratio report that you supplied in the evidence package.
Yeah, but I need the ones that aren't going to be in the sales ratio report. I need comp 25428. I don't know what unit number that is.
Oh.
Because yours is, this one being represented is 25423. The ones that are identical are 25428, 25427, and 25426. I don't know what unit numbers those are, but my question for you would be, in your experience, are they identical condos?
Yeah, if you look at that sheet I gave you of the architectural drawing,
Yeah.
it shows there 103, 104, 105, 106, and 203, 205 up through 208, and then 303 through 306.
Right.
Are all identical.
So these are all that Kona Kai model floor plan.
Yeah.
And then they got 120 square foot increased size. Part of it is I'm looking at that thing and it says it's 1270 something, right? 1250?
1237.
1233.
1233.
And they had 120 square feet.
Well, and then the subject we have for 1353, which is 120 square feet larger than that. So that would line up with what you're saying. All of these comps are 1353 square feet. So it seems like that change was made, that 120 square feet was added to all of these.
No, it wasn't, because I looked online on your webpage, and it still shows 1233 for 106 and 104 and 303 and 306.
Okay.
Sales comp two
And 205.
is
I think there were 6 that
three oh
were
three.
still at 1233, and there were 8 that were at 1353.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So sales comp 2, thank you, Scott, is unit 303. So you can see it's at 1,233 square feet. And he has attested to his personal experience that that unit was increased by 120 square feet along with the rest of them.
That's a picture I sent you, yes. I sent it down a while ago.
That picture, you said that picture is from unit 303?
That's 303, yes.
Oh, okay, great. So that's property ID 25433, that interior photo. And you can see from our living area, we are at 1233. With the subject, we're at 1353. The discrepancy is the space that is shown in the picture. So, yeah, now, basically our equity grid shows it's perfect, but it's because what he's saying is some of it got the correction and some of them didn't. This is a level of detail of knowledge of these properties that, I don't even have, but it totally makes sense. If we didn't get them all, we got to get them all at once. I think it's pretty valid.
But the property being protested seems correct.
Right, it is. So
It
the
is.
correction of the roles and stuff, that's something they'll do outside of this meeting.
Yeah.
You've got her at 330,000. There's not been a sale at that number, because you extrapolate from the 1233 per square foot, add that 120 square feet times per square foot, and then you arrive at her number. But that's not accurate, because 1233 was not 1233, it was 1353 that sold for. One of them at 324 and one of them at 314.
Well, my response to that would be that it's not the only thing that makes up the whole model. I mean, we don't use just sales of this particular model of condo. We're doing a mass appraisal of these things. I don't know that I don't think your market value would go down any, but there would be a correction to the other people's property descriptions, I suppose. You'd end up just taking it out of one pocket, putting it in the other.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah. I mean, just broadly speaking, the sale prices we have for the condos are 315, 325, and 345. And we're at 330.
345. What condo is that?
I don't know what number it was. It's 25422. It's 1,400 square feet. So if that gives you any rings any bells.
14, that's a 3-bedroom.
Yeah.
That's a whole different ballgame.
202.
A 3-bedroom is honest living space. From the picture I sent you, that little extra 120 square feet is not a real living space. There's no windows. It was framed in. There was no electrical, no air, and people have cut the hole in the sheetrock, and there's no access to a bathroom. And so they just said, well, Richie Ethridge did that first. Well, let's call it a loft. So you can't have a bedroom without windows or something. So they thought, well, look at the extra room we can make. So they made it for the kids and whatever. But it's not equivalent to a 3-bedroom, because a 3-bedroom honestly has, full height, ceiling, and AC, and all the other accoutrements for a regular bedroom. So to extrapolate that as living space is kind of a stretch, because it's not. It's a big modified closet.
Do we know, Ray, Scott, I don't know how you figured out the unit number. Could you figure out the unit number of another one easily?
Yep. The other one was
25416.
Yeah, we're now in.
What unit number is that?
Larry's time for rebuttal and
104.
examination, protester.
Larry, do you know off the top of your head if 104 has the extra 120 square feet?
Right here.
Absolutely. There's 18 of them, and all 18. I've been in them, every one of them. The last one we done was 106 about 4 years ago when
Okay.
Chris Crowley bought
So
it.
that puts the two sales for the ones that are like the subject at 324 and 314, and the higher sale being a 3-bedroom. Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable argument from a market perspective. From an equity perspective, I don't know.
You're spot on.
Because we've got other ones, just not all of them.
Curious, he said there's 18 of them that have been changed, and yet there's 20 something, 22 on the list, or list of 22. So that's not, there's something amiss there with Larry's data.
Larry, what is it that you want changed?
Well, I think that I think your decision was fine, but it was based on erroneous data. When you use erroneous data, we get erroneous outcomes. And, her value and the others that are overvalued because it's all being skewed by the fact that these are still listed at 1233. I think there's like 6 of them. And when they, one of those cells, and they compute the square footage and they say, oh, well, you've got 1353, and they push that one up. But those sales you've shown me on the sales report were not 1233, they were 1353. So they should be equitable to the other people who are showing 330.
But on the equity report, we've got a bunch of them that are at 330, 280. Now, if the others are wrong,
The market value.
if the others are wrong, then the district needs to correct it over next year.
Right, that's what they told me last year, and it didn't happen. And you've got some, I want to show you the evidence of my next one, in July 1st, that you've got several, you show 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and they're 2 bedroom, 2 bath. And like Ray told me yesterday, well, the property manager probably gets in trouble like telling people, you've got more than you're showing. But I'm gonna send you a picture of those that shows that 1 bedroom, 1 bath, really 2 bedroom, 2 bath, which is, not affecting my client, but it just indicates there are things to correct that they assured me last year they would correct. So I brought that last year and it didn't get corrected.
Okay, but for this property that's being contested here and now,
right,
for equity,
great.
the district has supported the equity number with its comps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. What am I supposed to be looking at?
This was the evidence that the district would have sent to you with the equity comps.
Okay, and that's not related to the sales ratio report.
No.
The sales ratio report are sales.
Okay, well, that's what we're looking at. People.
No,
Hell no.
we're looking at equity. Remember, you check box 2, equity, not sales.
Okay, so before my next one, I need to go back and amend that to check a different box.
I'm not sure whether you can. You have to check that with the district.
Okay.
I don't know what the law says about that.
I would tell you in the future, just check all the boxes you think might apply.
Now I learned that.
What the requirement is at this hearing is for the district to prove evidence for our value, not for you to do anything. So it doesn't hurt you to check more boxes than you think.
Yeah, well, I learn something every year.
Yeah.
How about I can do it?
It gets more complicated every year.
Okay.
Should we just,
Where are you?
well, Eamon has 2 minutes for district rebuttal if you want them.
No.
Larry, you have 1 minute for closing. Anything you want to say?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the sales report. It said that, 2 identical condos sold for 324 and 318 in October of last year.
And that just,
I wish a benchmark for her. I don't know what it takes.
And we cannot rule on that because the box was not checked.
Oh, man.
And that's
Well, I'll see if I can amend that, but I mean,
that's the law.
I hate to, the technicalities really bugs me, but
Well,
I
we
guess they are
gotta,
what they are, but
you gotta
I ain't
follow the
got
law.
to digest all these issues, I mean, equity, I thought, whatever. I'm at your mercy. I mean, it's not, we know it's not right. I mean, the technicalities, that check the wrong box, but I think we're all interested in doing the right thing. And the right thing for the committee is to look at the sales. Here it is. Here's what they sold for. Here's hers. Why aren't we, you're gonna let a technicality, didn't check a box.
Yeah.
Preclude doing the right thing?
Is there anything that precludes two different individuals buying two different units and paying different amounts? So one person buys unit 104 for 330,000 and somebody else buys unit 108 for 500,000. There's nothing that precludes that from happening. The sales ratio report, it's not a sales equity report, it's a sales ratio report, which is saying over a span of properties, these are all the sales. These are what people paid, not what the units are worth, but what people paid. That's the only thing you can glean out of the sales ratio report.
I agree.
Anything with closing, Amy?
Not really. Larry, I would let you know that I think that your level of information on these properties, you see one as being wildly different from the other because it has one bedroom. And we're doing a mass appraisal, 330 to 320 is such a small level of detail that just keeping up with condos, I think we're doing pretty good. We're just not as, up to the eyeballs in every single unit, checking every little difference. It's within the 5% tolerances that we need. I will see about putting a note into all those other ones to get all of them corrected, but it's only 1 year. We gotta do the whole county.
Okay.
It won't help anything until we have a sale of one of those that's correct, and then we'll have the correct square footage and, be on work. And as we go and evolve in computer technology and the software that does the analysis for us, I mean, why make our data the more.
Larry, we need to close it out.
Okay. So now it's our time to deliberate. Any questions? Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1615, account number 25423. In considering Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal for the equity question, that we leave the 2021 assessed value at $330,208.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Larry, check the right boxes next time.
Well, I'm gonna try to see if I can amend my deal before July the 1st and get the right box. I probably have the right box. Equity means to me are equal to next door, and she's not equal to next door.
Check them all.
And I learned that. Need to be a training class for people who are not true agents and appraisers do this.
You just took
read these things and make sense of it.
You just had the class and it was free.
Yeah, I learned something on this one. And I spent 12.5 years on the school board. More pain than gain, and like you guys, serving without remuneration, going into about noon hour here after hours and oh man. Whatever. I'm just trying to help a friend out. I guess I did do it this one.
All right. Well, have a good evening.
I'll try to have.
Have a good evening, Larry.
All right. Thank you.
So it was just the luck of the draw, per se, in that the equity comps that
Are we
you
adjourned
chose
here, or
Yeah.
are they adjourning?
were all the same square footage.
When they
They were
adjourn,
correct.
Is
If
that
you had
everything?
happened to
Yeah,
choose
since they're
some
taking
equity
over.
comps,
But we would have no reason to pick different ones because they would look different. So they would be different.
they're based on square footage alone?
Yeah, they would be different. So we pick them because they'd be different.
Okay. That I accept.
A few of those 18 condos in the list of 24 or 26 or whatever.
Yeah, we're wrong.
There was a discrepancy in his list too.
that still haven't had the extra 120 square feet added in the appraisal district records.
Is it possible that any of those could have shown up or been used in an equity grid that the district produced?
Yeah, I mean, they would likely not populate because they're different.
It's
Looking
the
for
new
stuff
one.
that's the most.
I mean, that's the only way that you would affect the bottom line, any bottom line number.
Right.
Is if there were two comps, one had X and the other had Y for square footage, and they got adjusted.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it's like somebody says, well, I have $20,000 on my property because I have a jet ski lift. And my neighbor has the same jet ski lift, but he doesn't have his $20,000. And our response is, we didn't know your neighbor had a jet ski lift. We'll get that next year. It's not like a,
Right,
you know.
so let me take that
he didn't get
discussion
one, I got
one step further, right? So you had two properties that one, you didn't have the jet ski lift and one did.
Right.
The bottom line number when you compared those and equalized them was a value of X.
Right.
If you had taken two properties, the same two properties with the same jet ski lifts, the bottom line number might have been X plus a little more or X minus a little more because in that adjustment, you're not, in one case, you have to account for that difference, which caused a different bottom
We need a
line.
motion
number.
to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Okay, I'm fine. I was just spewing. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.